Chapter 1360. Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't be a man if he didn't react at this point. He composed himself and turned to walk to the bedroom window. Without saying a word, he closed the curtains. The bright bedroom suddenly became pitch black. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes and took a while to adjust to the darkness. Her lips curved into a silent smile. Her longing gaze followed Hu Xiaoheng's figure as he walked around the bedroom. She watched him walk into the bathroom and listened to the sound of running water in the bathroom. Her heart pounded. Although she was the one who started the fire, the person who carried it out was Hu Xiaoheng. She quietly pulled up the blanket to cover her face. Hu Xiaoheng came out of the bathroom. He had already taken off his casual clothes and was only wearing a black t-shirt and black boxer briefs. He strode to Gu Nianji's bed and found that she had already covered her entire body with the blanket. This little coward only cared about killing and not burying. Hu Xiaoheng quietly lifted the blanket and lay down beside her. Gu Nianji felt the bed beside her suddenly sink and even form a slanted angle. A long arm stretched out from the side, and she conveniently rolled into a warm embrace. Gu Nianji hugged his waist tightly and took a deep breath. Hu Xiaoheng's clean and refreshing aura, like the summer sun, made her deeply infatuated. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at Gu Nianji in his arms and curled his lips. He didn't need to say anything. He only needed to do what he preached. When they separated, Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It had been exactly half an hour. He had to finish this quickly. Gu Nianji was about to fall apart from being shaken by him. She was in a daze, and her body was as soft as a piece of tofu. If he were to use even a little more force, she would be smashed into pieces. Hu Xiaoheng comforted her back with one hand and lowered his head to kiss her face. Gu Nianji's forehead was wet with sweat. The lingering sensation rippled through her body and made her feel numb. Her body was completely comfortable, but her mind was a little sluggish. It was the complete opposite of the situation just now. Hu Xiaoheng's timing was very accurate. Not long after, the doorbell rang. His phone also rang. The delivery person had arrived. Hu Xiaoheng got up and put on his t-shirt from the sofa next to the bed. Gu Nianji opened her eyes to see Hu Xiaoheng's back covered in red marks from her scratches. She covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Hu Xiaoheng put on his trousers and went out to open the door. After a while, he called out from the dining room, "Nianji, come out for dinner." Gu Nianji slowly sat up and looked down at herself. She was also covered in red marks from the strawberries he had planted. She put on her clothes and continued to act coquettishly. "I can't walk. I can't get out." This little fellow was really the ancestor of reaching out for a yard after being given an inch. Hu Xiaoheng cursed silently as he walked in. He looked at Gu Nianji, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Her eyes were sparkling, and her plump, curvy lips looked as if they had been smeared with a layer of honey. Her two long legs dangled in front of the bed, and her long hair draped over her back. Her palm-sized face was raised to smile at him without reservation, and it was full of trust and attachment. His heart softened at once. Without saying a word, he carried Gu Nianji in his arms and turned to walk to the living room. He thought that in front of Gu Nianji, he was becoming less and less principled and authoritative. The two of them sat at the dining table to eat. The small dining room wasn't even as big as a utility room in Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, but Gu Nianji felt unusually warm. She scooped a bowl of bone soup for Hu Xiaoheng and said with a smile, "You just worked hard. Take some nourishment so that your feet won't be weak and calcium deficient." Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and looked up at her. "The person who needs nourishment is you. I can come again." Gu Nianji was speechless. She rubbed her nose and smiled sheepishly. "Then you, keep working hard. I'm afraid that if I do it again, someone will not be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Hu Xiaoheng said slowly as he returned the bone soup. "The soup here is beneficial to women. It can help with beauty. You should drink more. Really? Gu Nianji drank it without hesitation when she heard that it could also be used for beauty. The restaurant didn't send much anyway. The small stew pot only had about 2 small bowls worth of soup. However, the color of the soup was very beautiful. The soup was thick and golden in color. It looked very appetizing. The two of them stopped talking and quietly ate dinner. After the meal, Gu Nianji hugged her stomach and groaned, saying that she was full. Hu Xiaoheng ignored her and cleaned the table himself. He put the dishes in the dishwasher and washed his hands before coming out. Under the paper lamp under the lotus cover in the dining room, Gu Nianji leaned against the high-back soft chair and had actually fallen asleep. Her straight nose cast a shadow under the light, and her long eyelashes were like small fans covering her eyes that had just been vibrant. Her plump lips were slightly closed, as if she was dreaming of something good. The corners of her lips curled up. She was smiling even when she was asleep. Hu Xiaoheng's mood brightened. He walked over without a sound, bent down, and put one hand into the crook of her leg to pick her up. He carried her to the bathroom and brushed Gu Nianji's teeth and face, then wiped her hands and feet. Gu Nianji was half awake and knew that Hu Xiaoheng was helping her clean up. She obediently opened her mouth to let him brush her teeth and rinse her mouth with water. When he was done, Hu Xiaoheng carried her back to the bedroom, turned off the lights, and lay down beside her. Gu Nianji lay in his arms and smelled the familiar and safe scent. She let down all her defenses, tilted her head, and completely fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning, Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes. If she hadn't seen Hu Xiaoheng's tall figure standing in front of the window answering the phone, she would have thought that what happened last night was a dream. Because it was too beautiful, so beautiful that it was like a dream. In the dream, Hu Xiaoheng was gentle and affectionate, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. She hugged her knees and sat on the bed, smiling at Hu Xiaoheng as she quietly listened to him on the phone. The call was from the United States. After the operator understood the situation, he specifically asked Hu Xiaoheng if he wanted to answer the phone in person. When assigning the mission, Hu Xiaoheng had specifically instructed to inform him immediately if there was any news from the United States. After the Special Operations Forces in the United States received the mission submitted by the Secret Service, they immediately mobilized people to carry out the operation. In less than 12 hours, they found some useful information. Major General Hu, the situation at Columbia University has been preliminarily investigated. There is an American named Mason who set up a special scholarship at Columbia University to reward Asian students. The requirements for awarding the scholarship are basically tailor-made for a particular student. Therefore, it was only given to her. $300,000 for 4 years, including tuition and living expenses. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Well done. Who is Mason? Have you investigated? We have. He's a member of the United States House of Representatives from Maine. What's his relationship with the Kai family? We only know that he knows Kai Xingnan and her father. The other side said carefully, at the moment, there is no direct evidence to prove that the money Mason used to set up the scholarship is directly related to Kai Sumin and Kai Xingnan. This meant that for the time being, it couldn't be proved that the scholarship was related to Kai Sumin and Kai Xingnan. Hu Xiaoheng looked out the window thoughtfully and nodded after a while. Yes, continue investigating. Can you find out the source of this congressman's income? We're working on it. This wasn't something that could be investigated in a day or two. It was already very impressive to be able to find out who set up the scholarship within 12 hours. This was because the scholarship was set up anonymously. The school usually attached great importance to this type of scholarship and did a very good job of keeping it a secret. If it weren't for the Special Operations Forces field personnel, it would probably take a lot of time just to find out about Mason. After hanging up the phone, Hu Xiaoheng turned around and saw that Gu Nianji was already awake. She was sitting on the bed, hugging her knees and looking at him. Hu Xiaoheng walked over. You're awake. Gu Nianji nodded. Were you investigating Kai Xingnan and her father on the phone just now? Gu Nianji heard Hu Xiaoheng ask about his relationship with the Kai family and why he wanted to investigate the source of a congressman's income. Hu Xiaoheng grunted and said slowly, the prosecutor of the procuratorate was arrested. The Secret Service found out that his daughter recently received a generous scholarship from Columbia University. He asked us to investigate the source of the scholarship. There's no need to say anything. It must have been Kai Xingnan. Gu Nianji almost immediately blamed Kai Xingnan. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips and rubbed Gu Nianji's head. What's the use of knowing? You're a lawyer. You have to have evidence. I'll find the evidence. Gu Nianji smiled slyly. When the time comes to court, I'll make Kai Xingnan say it herself. Do you believe me? This was the third update of the day, chapter 1350, let her take whatever she wants. Today was Monday, so I'd like to remind everyone that there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1361. Hu Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but he didn't want to say it himself. If he really said it, Gu Nianji's little tail would definitely be raised to the sky. Yes, one shouldn't be too proud. Get up and take a shower. I've already ordered breakfast. It'll be here soon. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed her head. Gu Nianji put on her slippers and stood up. She smiled and said, actually, it doesn't matter if the United States can't find evidence. As long as the Secret Service works hard, the arrested prosecutor will confess. When the time comes, I might not even have to go to court to skin her. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, this concerns the child's future. This prosecutor will never confess that he has a direct connection with Kai Xingnan, let alone an indirect connection. Gu Nianji. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng with question marks in her eyes. No way. If he doesn't confess, the responsibility will be all on him, and the crime will be even greater, right? If he exposed Kai Xingnan, he might be able to do some meritorious service and reduce the punishment. People who didn't have children didn't understand their parents' mentality. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her, then turned around and walked out of Gu Nianji's bedroom. He said, just you wait if you don't believe me. Sure enough, Gu Nianji didn't see the arrested prosecutor pull Kai Xingnan out until the day of the court appearance. He insisted that he couldn't stand Gu Nianji using the Hu family's power to bully the martyr's orphan, Luo Zhelan, and steal her property. So he was possessed and tampered with the list of prosecution lawyers who appeared in court. Then he found out that Gu Nianji had written an inquiry email to the prosecutor's office. He was so scared that he colluded with the hackers and exposed the matter. He only wanted to blow the matter up so that Hu Xiaoheng's superiors and family would persuade Gu Nianji to quit. Hu Xiaoheng's status and military rank made him the best target. Because no matter what the rumors were, as long as it involved the military, it would make some haters with ulterior motives jump out from the shadows to eat human blood. So when the entire internet was in a bloodbath, for the sake of Hu Xiaoheng's reputation and the reputation of the military, Hu Xiaoheng's superiors and family would definitely stop Gu Nianji from competing to be the prosecution lawyer. It was even possible that the charges against Luo Zhelan would be dropped. However, he did not expect that someone would be better than the hacker he hired. In other words, he underestimated the intelligence of netizens. Apart from a small number of spammers with ulterior motives and a small number of people who blindly joined in without knowing the truth, there were also a large number of righteous passers-by with brains and conscience. They stood up and fought against the spammers and the brain-dead, and finally turned the whole situation around. This time, the higher-ups of the military and the procuratorate did not smooth things over, as they had thought. Instead, they immediately conducted a thorough investigation. Soldiers could not infringe on the interests of the people, but the honor and reputation of soldiers could not be tarnished by people with ulterior motives. It was already the end of May when the case of the Imperial Procuratorate accused Luo Jialan of intentional homicide was heard, and the weather was gradually getting hotter. The trees beside the sidewalk in front of the Intermediate People's Court in the imperial capital provided shade, filtering layers of sunlight. At the entrance of the courthouse, Gu Nianji saw Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan smiling. Kai Xingnan was dressed in Issey Miyake's black professional attire. With her high nose, big mouth, and deep-set eyes, she had a westernized heroic spirit and beauty. Luo Jialan, on the other hand, was dressed very well. She had cut her hair short and blown it into a pear blossom. Her eyebrows and eyes were carefully drawn, diluting the sharpness and arrogance in her expression. She was dressed in a light purple Chanel dress, dignified and beautiful, and tightly wrapped up. They were also sizing up Gu Nianji. Today, Gu Nianji purposely wore a heavy white long-sleeved shirt with a small lapel collar and a smoky gray thin wool blazer over it. She wore a pair of modified suit pants of the same color and a black Manolo t-shirt. Blanket professional women's shoes had thin heels that were 7 centimeters long, but because the arch of the foot was designed to bear the weight very well, walking in these thin heels wasn't tiring at all. She liked to wear these kinds of high heels when she appeared in court. Firstly, it gave her an advantage in height and had a psychological effect on the other party. Secondly, standing for a long time wouldn't cause her back to ache. Moreover, this kind of standard professional style made her look older, which would make her appear more mature in everyone's eyes, and make her speak more trustworthy. Gu Nianji was already 1.7 meters tall, and with the addition of 7-centimeter high heels, she looked almost 1.8 meters tall. She had a delicate and bright face the size of a palm, straight legs, flat shoulders, and a slender waist. She was as tall as a Victoria's Secret supermodel. In front of Gu Nianji, Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan's aura was suppressed for no reason. However, Kai Xingnan wasn't angry at all. She was also wearing high heels. Her high heels were 12 centimeters long, so she looked only a little shorter than Gu Nianji. But that wasn't the point. The point was that she had successfully seized the prosecutor's weakness. The other party had taken all the responsibility, and it had nothing to do with her. This meant that she and Gu Nianji were standing on the same starting line again. Luo Jialan stood next to them. The celebrity was a head shorter than the two of them. She was also wearing high heels, but she wasn't as tall as Kai Xingnan, so she was outdone. But she wasn't angry, because Kai Xingnan had given her enough confidence. This time, they were going to defeat Gu Nianji in court and defend their personal freedom and family property. Ever since Luo Jialan had completely given up on Hu Xiaoheng, her mind seemed to have become more flexible. When discussing the case with Kai Xingnan, she came up with several good ideas, which Kai Xingnan fully approved of. "Lawyer Gu, why are you the only one here? Where's your victim, Miss Song?" Kai Xingnan smiled from ear to ear and pretended to look behind Gu Nianji. Luo Jialan also smiled and said gently, "Maybe it's because she's going to sue me for intentional murder, so she's too embarrassed to appear in court. After all, she's still alive and well. How can she have the nerve to stand in court and accuse someone of intentionally murdering her? Isn't that like slapping herself in the face? Right?" Gu Nianji chuckled and looked at Luo Jialan and Kai Xingnan. She said, "Lawyer Kai, don't just laugh. Your client is indeed quite ignorant of the law. You can't just laugh by yourself, you have to educate her." Kai Xingnan shook her head with a smile and said, "I'm not laughing at her. I'm laughing at you. What's wrong? Feeling guilty?" Gu Nianji's lips curled up. "So Lawyer Kai is also ignorant of the law. Then what should I do? I'll have an unfair advantage in the lawsuit later." Kai Xingnan said calmly, "You don't have to be so glib. Your words don't count in court. Is this a glib tongue?" Gu Nianji nodded and pointed at Luo Jialan. She said that since she's alive and well, she can't sue her for intentional murder. Isn't she ignorant of the law by saying something like that? Kai Xingnan was stunned. Speechless. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. According to the law, intentional murder is a crime of conduct. As long as she commits intentional murder, then regardless of whether the victim actually dies or not, and regardless of whether her murder is at the stage of preparation, attempted, or termination, it constitutes intentional murder and must be filed for trial. Kai Xingnan was not frightened by Gu Nianji's legal provisions. She sneered and said, "But as long as your so-called victim is still alive, then whether my client committed intentional murder or not is up for debate. Based on the evidence I've gathered, my client has no motive or behavior to commit intentional murder, so you'd better save it. Don't waste your energy." Luo Jialan clapped her hands and said, "Yes, yes. Lawyer Gu, you should recognize yourself. The Huo family and Song Jining don't take you seriously. Otherwise, why would you be the only one to come to such an awkward lawsuit? Where's your fiancé? Where's your client? Why is he hiding far away?" Gu Nianji raised her hand to look at her watch and said nonchalantly, "It's not even 8 o'clock yet. There's still an hour before the trial begins. Are you worried that you won't live to see my client appear in this hour?" Luo Jialan's smile was a little twisted. "Why are you cursing me? Did I curse you?" Gu Nianji was amused. She raised her hand and casually fiddled with the diamond earring on one of her earlobes. "I'm making a reasonable deduction. Otherwise, how can you explain why you're so eager to conclude that I'm the only one to come to this lawsuit?" Luo Jialan was anxious. "You just know how to distort other people's words." "I'm distorting." "Okay, explain. Why are you so sure that my client won't come?" Gu Nianji walked into the courthouse. "There's still an hour left. What's the hurry?" Luo Jialan was so angry that her hands and feet trembled at Gu Nianji's words that she was worried that she wouldn't live to see another hour. She said angrily to Gu Nianji's back, "If you say that again, I'll say that you're threatening my personal safety." Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and slowly turned around. She fixed her gaze on Luo Jialan, her dark eyes extremely deep. "I'm threatening your personal safety. I'm sorry, Miss Luo, but we have to clarify such serious accusations." She looked up at the surveillance camera at the entrance of the courthouse and held her phone in her hand. "There are surveillance cameras here. Tell me clearly, when, where, and how did I threaten your personal safety?" Luo Jialan felt that Gu Nianji was afraid, so she was amused. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Ha! You have times when you're afraid. I thought you weren't afraid of anything. Idiot." Gu Nianji cursed in a low voice. "I asked you to say it because I don't want you to die in an accident and then frame me." Luo Jialan was stunned. "No way. I was just joking. It's not that serious, is it?" She looked around, worried that there was danger nearby. Gu Nianji raised her phone in satisfaction and pointed it at Luo Jialan with a smile. "Okay, I've already recorded what you said just now. It proves that what you said just now was just a joke. If you really die in the future, I'll have a chance to prove my innocence." Luo Jialan was so angry at Gu Nianji that her face turned red and white. She clenched her fists and said angrily, "Don't be smug. I won't let you succeed in court." This is today's first update, Chapter 1351, A Chance to Prove My Innocence. I estimate that today's monthly ticket will be 5,100 by tonight. How about this, at the end of the second update at 8 p.m., I'll tell everyone if there's a third update. The monthly ticket will be 5,100 in a timely manner. Kiss, kiss. Chapter 1362. Kai Xingnan quickly looked around and thought to herself that it was fortunate that this trial was not open to the public and the media. Otherwise, if the new media had captured the scene just now and posted it on the internet, they would have lost in terms of momentum first. Jalan, don't shout. Kai Xingnan lowered her voice and pulled Luo Jalan's arm. What if there are people around who are secretly taking pictures? Luo Jalan was shocked. She quickly adjusted her expression and whispered, I'm just angry, I know. Kai Xingnan's gaze was dark as she looked in the direction where Gu Nianji's back had disappeared. She said calmly, in the law, the defendant enjoys a benefit. Off-doubt worry innocent until proven guilty. She had to prove her claim. You are innocent until she proves you guilty. Don't worry, it won't be easy for her to win this lawsuit. Luo Jialan pondered over Kai Xingnan's words and still felt a little uncomfortable. With a sullen face, she said softly, didn't you say that I'll definitely be fine? Why did it become, it's not easy for her to win? Does she still have a chance of winning? Kai Xingnan, the corners of his mouth twitched helplessly. Jialan, be more rational. I'm talking about probability. There's no absolute right or wrong, and there's no absolute win or loss. You have to be more open-minded. Now you want me to get over it. Luo Jialan was so angry that her fingers were almost poking Kai Xingnan's chest. You're a lawyer. Your accusation is to acquit me and protect my family property. I'll do my best, but you have to know that they have a lot of power. In order to make Gu Nianji the prosecution's lawyer, they didn't even hesitate to fire a prosecutor. Kai Xingnan said meaningfully, so, you must restrain yourself and not give them an opportunity to take advantage of you. Luo Jialan quickly promised, I will. Don't say those words again. Kai Xingnan turned around and walked forward. Gu Nianji is both cunning and paranoid. If you're not careful, you'll fall into her trap. Luo Jialan nodded with deep understanding. I understand. Lawyer Kai, you must pull her down. Kai Xingnan narrowed her eyes and took a deep breath. She was also looking forward to defeating Gu Nianji. As far as she knew, Gu Nianji had never lost a case since she appeared in court. Her father was so powerful, but he had also lost a few lawsuits in the past. Needless to say, Kai Xingnan had an 80% chance of winning the case and a 20% chance of losing. But overseas, her winning ratio was already heaven-defying. That was why she was able to become a partner of the second-largest law firm in the United States before the age of 30. Although her father had played a role, she was also a capable person. Otherwise, the law firm would not be a charity organization that specialized in poverty alleviation. In short, if she could defeat Gu Nianji this time, she would end Gu Nianji's undefeated record. Gu Nianji entered the courthouse and found the first courtroom where their trial would be held. Because it was a closed-door trial that was not open to the public and the media, the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court used the No. 1 court with the best security measures. The door of the courtroom was open, and the staff inside were already adjusting the equipment. There was a long table in front of the door, and behind the table, there were staff holding equipment to conduct safety checks. Cell phones, cameras and video cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. Laptops had to be examined by professionals from the court before they could be brought in. It was similar to the security check before boarding the plane. Gu Nianji arrived early and patiently took out her things in front of the door. The phone was placed in a transparent plastic bag and locked into the small safe behind the man. He gave Gu Nianji a number as verification to retrieve the phone. Gu Nianji didn't bring a camera or video camera. After checking the laptop, she returned it to her. She smiled at the court staff who were conducting security checks at the door and carried her pile of things into the door of the first courtroom. After more than 10 minutes, Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan also came in. The two of them looked calm, occasionally whispering to each other like they were best friends. Gu Nianji didn't even raise her head as she focused on her preparations. Luo Jialan and Kai Xingnan sat in the dock and chatted for a while. Their nervousness was relieved, and they couldn't help but look at Gu Nianji. Seeing that she was the only one at the plaintiff's stand and there wasn't even a witness, Luo Zhelan couldn't help but want to laugh. She lowered her eyes and thought for a while. She stood up from her seat and said to Kai Xingnan, "I'll go talk to her." Kai Xingnan stopped her and said unhappily, "Don't complicate matters. We're already on opposite sides. What's the use of your words? Don't tell me she'll immediately give up suing you." Luo Zhelan raised the corners of her eyes and smiled. "How do you know it won't work if you haven't tried? Besides, would she let us off if I didn't embarrass her? It would be a waste not to say it at this time. If she's unhappy, I'll be happy." She was so insistent that Kai Xingnan had nothing to say. She raised her hand. "It's up to you. You can scold or mock her, but don't say a word about the important things." "I know." Luo Zhelan got Kai Xingnan's permission and came to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked up at her. "Miss Luo, what can I do for you?" "I'm fine. I'm just here to see how stubborn you can be." Luo Zhelan crossed her arms and looked down at Gu Nianji. "If you want to stop, I can give you a chance at any time. To tell you the truth, it's really hard to win this case. Why do you have to fight to the death? We can settle out of court." Settling out of court was a professional term that Luo Zhelan had heard from Kai Xingnan. It didn't refer to her case, but she felt that she could give it a try. If Gu Nianji agreed to settle out of court, Luo Zhelan was willing to give half of the trust fund as compensation. Gu Nianji smiled. Settle out of court. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as settling out of court in criminal cases. Only civil cases can settle out of court. If you heard this professional term from Kai Xingnan, I can tell you that you've been misled. Luo Zhelan blushed. Kai Xingnan had said that settling out of court didn't apply to her case. At the time, she didn't understand, but she didn't ask much. She just subconsciously felt that there was a way, so why not give it a try? She had never thought that settling out of court didn't apply to criminal cases. She returned to her seat dejectedly, extremely embarrassed and annoyed. Kai Xingnan looked at Luo Zhelan and knew that she had been defeated by Gu Nianji, but she didn't care. Anyway, she had already done her duty to remind her. There was nothing she could do if she didn't listen. Kai Xingnan was also focused on her preparations. 5 minutes before the start of the trial, Song Jining finally walked in. At the same time, her ex-husband, General Huo Guanchen, followed her in. The two witnesses Kai Xingnan had called, Auntie Yu and Auntie Xing, also came in. They timidly glanced at Song Jining and Huo Guanchen, then sat down in the gallery on Luo Zhelan's side. Gu Nianji saw that Song Jining had arrived and quickly got up to welcome her. "Miss Song, please sit here." Song Jining would sit with her. Huo Guanchen was one of the witnesses. He sat in the gallery behind the plaintiff's stand, facing Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu from afar. Gu Nianji secretly gave Song Jining a thumbs up. She hadn't thought that Huo Guanchen would be willing to be a witness for Song Jining, but Song Jining told her that this was a separate matter. Huo Guanchen had to be a witness for her in this matter, so she called Huo Guanchen and it was done. Not long after, the judge, the prosecutor, the clerk, and the others also came in and sat down in their respective seats. At the same time, the military also sent someone to attend the hearing. Because the defendant in this case was Luo Zhelan, her father, Huo Guanyuan, was a martyr in the military. Although she wasn't Huo Guanyuan's biological daughter, her mother, Luo Xinxue, was Huo Guanyuan's wife, so she also had the right to enjoy the legacy of Huo Guanyuan's identity. This was Kai Xingnan's idea for her. She said that her background couldn't be compared to Huo Xiaoheng's, and she was an orphan. If she fought a lawsuit with them, she wouldn't even know how she died, so she advised her to make an official report to the military and asked them to attend the trial to intimidate Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji wasn't the only one with a military background. Luo Zhelan raised her head and thought proudly, she did too. The military usually didn't care about these things, but Luo Zhelan had specially written an application and even tagged their official blog. In addition, a group of Internet Water Army was making a ruckus below. If they ignored it, it would be heartless and unreasonable. After weighing the pros and cons, the military still sent someone to attend the hearing. However, they specifically expressed the military's request for impartiality, fairness, and the desire to restore the truth as soon as possible. Luo Zhelan looked at the 4 tall and strong soldiers sitting in the seats behind her in a standard posture. She pursed her lips and thought to herself, why did they appear at this time? What were they doing earlier? If they had come to protect her earlier, she wouldn't have been bullied so badly by the Hua family and Gu Nianji. This was today's second update, Chapter 1352, What Were You Doing Earlier? The third update was at 9 p.m., and the monthly ticket was 5,100. Chapter 1363. Luo Zhelan was even more confident and sat up straighter. At that moment, the heavy door of court number 1 closed silently. It was time for the trial. The judge knocked the gavel at the head of the table and solemnly announced, the trial of the prosecutor's office accusing Luo Zhelan of intentional homicide has officially begun. Now, check the identities of the plaintiff and the defendant. Because it was a felony, it was necessary to verify their identities in court. In addition to checking fingerprints and irises, they also took each other's blood for DNA testing. The latter took a longer time, but it was also one of the pieces of evidence that had to be filed. The court nurse came over and took a drop of blood from each of Luo Zhelan and Song Jining and put it in a small test tube. The fingerprints match, the irises match, and the DNA test results will be released in a few days. Now, I announce that the trial has begun. Prosecutor, you can start with the briefing. The judge looked at the test report and signed his name. At the same time, he asked the prosecutor to brief the case. The prosecutor sat together with Gu Nianji and Song Jining, but he sat on the far left, Song Jining sat in the middle, and Gu Nianji sat on the far right. When the judge asked the prosecutor to stand up and brief the case, he stood up calmly. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen in the courtroom, hello. I am the prosecutor who accused Luo Zhelan of intentional homicide. The defendant, Ms. Luo Zhelan, is accused of attempting to harm Ms. Song Jining to death over the past 10 years when she was taking care of her seriously injured and delirious self. The defendant, Luo Zhelan, has a motive and conduct. Therefore, our court has filed a case to charge Luo Zhelan with intentional homicide against Ms. Song Jining. After the prosecutor's brief statement, the judge looked at Luo Zhelan and Kai Xingnan, who were in the dock. Do you agree with the prosecutor's charges? Of course they didn't agree. It was just a question from the judge according to procedure. Kai Xingnan stood up calmly with a proper smile on her face and said, Your Honor, we don't agree with the prosecutor's charges. As Ms. Luo Zhelan's lawyer, I want to defend Ms. Luo Zhelan's innocence. The judge nodded and asked her to sit down. He then looked at the plaintiff's seat and asked, Prosecutor, what do you have to say? The prosecutor was a public official of the prosecutor's office, but for this case, the prosecutor had already sent their own prosecution lawyer, Gu Nianji. Therefore, the prosecutor would not argue directly with the defendant. He stood up and said, This court has already entrusted the prosecution's lawyer in this case to the plaintiff's lawyer, Ms. Gu Nianji. Please allow the court to approve it. The judge looked at Gu Nianji's information and nodded in agreement. Prosecution lawyer, please state your case. Gu Nianji also stood up and politely nodded to the people in the courtroom. She said, On behalf of the prosecutor's office and the plaintiff, Ms. Song Jining, I accuse the defendant, Luo Zhelan. Over the past 10 years, she has deliberately planned to murder a woman, Song Jining, who has suffered severe brain trauma to the point of insanity and has no ability to act on her own. Luo Zhelan glanced sideways at Song Jining, who was sitting upright and charming. She felt disdain from the bottom of her heart. In fact, it was hard for her to take Song Jining seriously. Although Song Jining had recovered, for Luo Zhelan, for the past 10 years, Song Jining had always been that silly girl who thought that she was always 18 years old and was at her mercy. In the past 10 years, she had seen Song Jining's husband, Huo Guanchen, alienated. Although they were under the same roof, he had ignored Song Jining and had even deliberately indulged himself in torturing Song Jining. Song Jining's son, Huo Xiaoheng, had also left. The number of times he had returned home in the past 10 years could be counted on one hand. In the past 7 years, he had not returned home even once, except for last Christmas. How could she think that Huo Xiaoheng took Song Jining seriously as his mother? Although Luo Zhelan had also understood Huo Xiaoheng's 10-year plan to defeat the enemy with one move and finally send Bai Jini to prison during Bai Jini's case at the beginning of last year, she still stubbornly believed that Huo Xiaoheng had done that to seek justice for his mother, Luo Xinxue. Song Jining had also benefited from it. So even when she sat in the dock in court, Luo Zhelan was still in disbelief. She glanced at Gu Nianji, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. It was all because of her. Because Gu Nianji had insisted on avenging Song Jining, Huo Xiaoheng had allowed her to do as she pleased. Luo Zhelan didn't believe a word of Huo Xiaoheng's motherly love for Song Jining. Huo Xiaoheng had never called Song Jining mother or mom for so many years. He only called her Miss Song. Luo Zhelan knew that her judgment was correct. She told Kai Xingnan all of this in detail. When she heard so many secrets of the Huo family, Kai Xingnan was overjoyed and listened very seriously. She even used the excuse of keeping a file as evidence to not only record and video, but also wrote a written document for Luo Zhelan to sign with her fingerprint to prove that everything was true. After understanding all aspects of the situation, Kai Xingnan and her father, Kai Sumin, deliberated and checked in many ways before finally deciding on a defense plan. Defending a murder case was nothing more than the 3 ironclad rules. As long as it was used properly, all murder was not a crime. Gu Nianji calmly stood up from the plaintiff's stand and continued to speak with assurance. 17 years ago, Miss Song Jining was seriously injured in an experiment, causing damage to parts of her brain. Her memory and cognition were severely impaired. After being verified by professional psychologists, she was indeed a severely mentally ill patient with no ability to act. 10 years ago, Miss Luo Zhelan, who was still called Huo Zhelan, was the adopted daughter of the martyr Huo Guanyuan. The martyr Huo Guanyuan was the elder brother of Miss Song Jining's ex-husband, Mr. Huo Guanchen. In other words, Miss Luo Zhelan was Miss Song Jining's niece at that time. 10 years ago, Miss Luo Zhelan's mother, Luo Xinxue, was murdered by Bai Jini. Luo Zhelan left her mother in the lurch and let her die. Objection. Bai Jini and Luo Xinxue's case has nothing to do with this case. Please don't change the subject, lawyer. Kai Xingnan heard Gu Nianji mention the death of Luo Zhelan's biological mother, Luo Xinxue, and quickly stopped her. In Kai Xingnan's opinion, this was the most passive part of Luo Zhelan. In the eyes of many people, leaving her mother in the lurch was a sign of ruthlessness. If Gu Nianji was allowed to put this point of view into the minds of the judge and the military personnel who were listening, it would be much more difficult for her to argue later. Gu Nianji was interrupted by Kai Xingnan, so she paused for a moment before continuing, "Your Honor, I will prove that these 2 cases are related. Bai Jini has already been sentenced." Lawyer, do you not understand what "no second trial" means? In that case, my client was just an important witness, and she was a poor daughter who was deceived by Bai Jini and watched her biological mother die. Her conscience was already tormented and troubled by the matter. I asked the prosecution lawyer to stop using this matter to agitate my client's emotions. Luo Zhelan burst into tears. She cried as soon as she said she would. Tears flowed all over her face, and her grief was real. Some people already looked like they couldn't bear it. Gu Nianji was still very calm. She said, "Lawyer Kai, first of all, the no second trial situation only applies to the defendant who has been sentenced. In other words, you might be able to raise this principle for the defendant in that case, by Genie, but it doesn't apply at all to Luo Jialan, who was only a tainted witness at the time. Secondly, our Huaxia Empire doesn't have the principle of no second trial. Our principle is to seek truth from facts and correct mistakes. So the court doesn't need to pay attention to your proposal of no second trial." Kai Xingnan's face was burning. It was as if she had been slapped in the face in court. She hadn't expected Gu Nianji to react so quickly. She knew all kinds of rules like the back of her hand, and could come up with conceptual theories at will. The corners of her mouth twitched a few times, and she sat down reluctantly. She was 10 times more alert and continued to listen attentively, trying to find loopholes in Gu Nianji's statement. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1353, The One Who Smoked You. Monthly votes of 5,100 plus updates have been delivered. P.S. I've been so busy recently. After the holidays, I realized that it was already the end of the month. I'm seriously asking for a wave of monthly votes. I didn't ask for it seriously in the past. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1364. Luo Jialan couldn't cry anymore. She lowered her head and sobbed softly. Her shoulders trembled, and she looked pitiful. Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu, who were sitting in the gallery, felt sorry for Gu Nianji. They felt that Gu Nianji was such a bully. Look, Miss Huo was so angry that she was crying. Gu Nianji glanced at Luo Jialan and continued calmly, after the defendant Luo Jialan's mother, Luo Xinxue, was murdered, the Huo family had no other mistress to take care of Song Jining, so the defendant Luo Jialan volunteered to take over the job. Actually, the Huo family still had the Zhang family at the time, but Huo Guangchen couldn't send his wife to the Zhang family to take care of. Therefore, in comparison, Luo Jialan, who was 18 at the time, was the best choice. Moreover, Song Jining's psychiatrist at that time was Bai Genie, and she had also recommended Luo Jialan to take over the responsibility of taking care of Song Jining. At that time, Luo Jialan had just entered university, so she moved back from the school dormitory. She no longer stayed in the dormitory, but studied on the day, so that it would be more convenient for her to take care of Song Jining. However, she didn't have to take care of Song Jining like Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu. Like her mother, Luo Xinxue, she was only responsible for managing the housekeepers who took care of Song Jining, such as Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu. Therefore, she could attend university on a part-time basis and come back to supervise the housekeeping staff during every class. Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu were the housekeepers that Luo Jialan had personally changed for Song Jining after she took over. The housekeeper who had taken care of Song Jining wasn't Auntie Xing or Auntie Yu. When Luo Jialan heard this, her heart skipped a beat and she stopped sobbing. It's normal for a niece to take care of a sick aunt, but the Huo family didn't expect that this niece, who kept calling her aunt, had ulterior motives. In order to steal the Huo family's assets, she hid her true identity and plotted to kill Song Jining. Kai Xingnan perked up at this moment. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile, and her eyes flashed with mockery. She looked at Gu Nianji meaningfully and raised her hand to say, "Objection. The prosecuting attorney slandered my client by substituting imagination for evidence. My client did not have the motive to murder Ms. Song Jining. I have a witness to testify." As she said this, it was time to cross-examine the witnesses on both sides. The judge nodded and said expressionlessly, "The objection is sustained. Counsel for the prosecution, please be careful with your statements. Do not get too personal." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and slowly sat down. When the judge saw that Gu Nianji didn't object, he rapped his gavel and said, "Next, the prosecution and defense will cross-examine their witnesses. Ask the witness to come forward, verify his identity, swear an oath, and then go to the next room to be summoned. Today was the first day of the trial. The prosecution had only brought one witness, Huo Guanchen. The defendant brought two witnesses, Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu. After they left the Huo family, they had been monitored by the Special Operations Forces. However, Kai Xingnan found them and persuaded them to be witnesses for Luo Zhelan. After careful consideration, they agreed. As they spoke, a few staff members came over with forms and documents to verify the identities of Huo Guanchen, Auntie Xing, and Auntie Yu. They also had to verify their fingerprints, irises, and DNA to prevent false witnesses. Moreover, lawyers from both sides had to approve these test results before they could officially testify in court. The results of the DNA test would be delayed for a few days, but the results of the fingerprints and irises would be immediately available. Gu Nianji and Kai Xingnan each looked at the identity verification materials of each other's witnesses and signed each other's forms to show that they approved of the witness's identity. After the witness's identity was verified, the court staff led them to the room next to the court to wait for the summons. They were watched by a special person here. They couldn't talk to each other, nor could they look at their phones or computers. Basically, they could only sit there or read some legal magazines and statutes that had been placed in the room beforehand. After the witness left, the judge once again confirmed their intentions with the prosecution and defense. Gu Nianji said, "We insist on charging Luo Zhelan with intentional homicide. There's no change." Kai Xingnan also said, "I plead not guilty for my client. There's no change." This meant that she wanted to continue the lawsuit. The judge raised his hand and said, "Then the prosecution will begin to call the witnesses." This was also the usual practice of the court. First, the prosecution, who was the plaintiff, would state their accusations, then list the evidence. Finally, they would use logic to string the evidence together into a convincing chain of evidence to prove their accusations. Then, it would be the defense's turn to refute the prosecution's accusations. Whether it was a civil lawsuit or a criminal lawsuit, one of the most important principles in determining the burden of proof was that whoever made the claim would bear the burden of proof. For example, if one were to accuse the other party of murder, of course one would have to produce evidence to prove that the other party committed murder, not ask the other party to prove that they didn't commit murder. It was just like when one said that one's neighbor had killed someone. Whether one said it in front of a reporter in public or in private in a WeChat group, one had to produce evidence to prove that one's neighbor had indeed killed someone. One couldn't just open one's mouth and make the neighbor want to commit suicide to prove that he didn't kill someone. The onlookers couldn't assume that this person was telling the truth just because the video wasn't censored and was deleted after it was circulated all over the internet. That wouldn't do. That wasn't how the law ruled. Charging someone with murder was such a serious crime. If one couldn't produce concrete evidence or even effective clues, they could only say, "I think, I heard, I think." That wasn't an accusation. That was a rumor and slander. One had to bear legal responsibility. Gu Nianji hadn't been able to get the police and the prosecutor's office to file a case because they thought that she didn't have enough evidence to form a complete chain of evidence. When the prosecutor's office files a criminal case in court, they have to bear the burden of proof. Song Jining and Luo Zhelan's case was more complicated, and as the plaintiff's lawyer, Gu Nianji had to cooperate with the prosecutor's office to prove to them that the murder case was indeed established. After being recognized by the prosecutor's office, her evidence to the prosecutor's office would be regarded as evidence recognized by the prosecutor's office and handed over to the court. After further verification, the court would file the case and set a date for the trial. After going around in circles for so long, it wasn't until they obtained a key piece of evidence about Luo Zhelan from Baijini that the most important part of Gu Nianji's accusation was put online and separately recognized by the prosecutor's office and the court. Gu Nianji had just been criticized by the judge for being overly emotional in her statement. After sitting down, she reflected on herself and realized that she had indeed been a little emotional. Because Gu Nianji was the first to realize that Song Jining had been severely mentally abused, the shock at the time was so great that her personal emotions were inevitably mixed in. Yes, be careful. Gu Nianji stood up and nodded calmly at the judge. Your Honor, I would like to call our first witness, General Hu Guanchen. He is the ex-husband of the plaintiff, Song Jining. The judge looked down at Hu Guanchen's information and said, please call the witness to testify in court. The court staff went to the next room and called Hu Guanchen over. He wasn't wearing a military uniform. Instead, he was wearing a dark black suit and a blue tie. His hair was neatly combed, but his sideburns were already gray. There were fine lines at the corners of his eyes, and it was obvious that he was getting older. He was actually in his 50s. However, Song Jining was still beautiful and alluring. She looked to be at most 30 years old, the age when a woman was at the peak of beauty. There was still the vitality of youth and maturity, but there was a bit more of a foundation of time than pure youth, which made their beauty even more thought-provoking. If one didn't know them and only looked at the two people in the courtroom, no one would have guessed that Hu Guanchen was only 2 years older than Song Jining. Moreover, the two of them had been married for many years and had a son who was about to turn 30. Hu Guanchen stood calmly in the witness stand and swore. I swear that I'm telling the truth, and only the truth. The judge nodded and raised his hand towards Gu Nianji. The prosecution's lawyer may begin questioning. Gu Nianji bowed to the judge and walked out from behind the plaintiff's stand. She walked up to Hu Guanchen and looked him up and down. Please state your identity. Hu Guanchen said calmly, my name is Hu Guanchen, a general in the military. I'm Ms. Song Jining's ex-husband. We've been married for many years and have an adult son. The smile on Gu Nianji's lips was faintly discernible. She asked, Mr. Hu Guanchen, may I ask why Ms. Song Jining was so seriously injured that she became insane? Kai Xingnan immediately raised her hand. Objection. This question has nothing to do with this case. Gu Nianji looked at the judge. Your Honor, this question has a lot to do with this case. I will prove it. The judge looked at her for a while and nodded reluctantly. The prosecution's lawyer should try to be concise. Don't ask questions that have nothing to do with the case. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and said, Okay, Your Honor. She turned to Hu Guanchen. Mr. Hu Guanchen, please tell us the reason why Song Jining was seriously injured and the subsequent treatment. Hu Guanchen looked deeply at Song Jining and said, It was 17 years ago. Song Jining and her father, academician Song Haichuan's experiment had an accident. Her father and my older brother both died in that accident. Gu Nianji immediately interrupted him. May I ask, Mr. Hua, who is your older brother? Kai Xingnan narrowed her eyes. So this was the reason why Gu Nianji insisted on asking why Song Jining was injured. She raised her hand again decisively. Objection. The prosecution's lawyer has wasted too much time interrogating too many people who have nothing to do with this case. Before the judge could make a decision, Gu Nianji immediately retorted, Lawyer Kai, there is a cause and effect to intentional homicide. We are not accusing Luo Jialan of killing someone out of impulse. We are accusing her of deliberate intentional homicide. Of course, it is necessary to explain the cause and effect to Your Honor and all the people in the courtroom. You have repeatedly interrupted our proof of Luo Jialan's intention to kill someone. What are your intentions? May I ask if you are intentionally obstructing justice? Gu Nianji then turned to the judge. Your Honor, I request that the defendant's lawyer be limited to the number of times she objects. She has seriously interfered with the questioning between me and my witness, and is suspected of obstructing justice. The judge was also a little dissatisfied with Kai Xingnan's repeated objections. However, he did not side with Gu Nianji. Instead, he said to Kai Xingnan, Lawyer Kai, if you have a different opinion, you can cross-examine the witness. You don't have to repeatedly interrupt the prosecution's lawyer. Kai Xingnan was pleased with herself and said with a serious face, "Okay, Your Honor, but I still have to insist that the prosecution's lawyer is too emotional and will seriously affect everyone's judgment." Gu Nianji couldn't help chuckling. "Lawyer Kai, are you worried that Your Honor doesn't have enough legal literacy and will be misled by my emotions?" Kai Xingnan's eyes widened. This was clearly sowing discord. She was too cunning. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1354, Personal Emotions. Can you send the Major General to the top 10 of the monthly votes? There's only one place left. It seems like QAQ. I'll try my best to watch the third update. I'll release it together at the second and third updates at night. It should feel better to watch it together. The second update will be at 8:00 in the evening, and the third update will be at 9 o'clock. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Enigmaanxi for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1365. Of course that's not what I meant. Lawyer Gu, don't overthink it. Kai Xingnan quickly glanced at the judge. Seeing that the judge was still calm and expressionless, her heart calmed down slightly. Gu Nianji smiled and stopped there. She stopped mocking Kai Xingnan and continued to interrogate Hu Guanchen. "Mr. Hu Guanchen, you still haven't answered me. Who is your older brother?" Hu Guanchen said in a low voice, "My older brother, Hu Guanyuan, was also a soldier and a martyr. He died in that experimental accident." Gu Nianji glanced at Luo Zhelan. "May I ask what your brother, Hu Guanyuan, has to do with the defendant?" "He is Luo Zhelan's father." The judge looked up at Luo Zhelan. Luo Zhelan's heart missed a beat. What did Gu Nianji mean by dragging her father into this? Gu Nianji ignored her and asked Hu Guanchen directly, "Then why is Luo Zhelan's surname Luo and not Hua? Isn't she Hu Guanyuan's daughter?" Luo Zhelan gritted her teeth. Wasn't he asking the obvious? Act. Keep pretending. Hu Guanchen replied calmly, "Her name used to be Hu Zhelan. She's always been my eldest brother's daughter and my niece. After Bai Jeannie's case last year, we found out that she wasn't my brother's biological daughter. This year, she moved her household registration out of the Hua family and changed her surname to her mother's, Luo Xinchue's." Gu Nianji nodded. "Do you know why?" Hu Guanchen glared at Gu Nianji and had the same thought as Luo Zhelan. Wasn't he asking the obvious? However, Gu Nianji was the prosecution's lawyer, and Hu Guanchen was the witness. Even if Gu Nianji knew about this, she couldn't say it out loud. It had to be said by a witness for it to have legal effect. Hu Guanchen frowned. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. I don't know why she changed her surname, nor do I know why she moved out of the Hua family's household registration. But she is already of age and has the right to do such a thing." He could guess why, but Luo Zhelan had never admitted it, and he couldn't tell her his guess as a fact. Gu Nianji looked at him deeply. "Mr. Hu Guanchen, do you really not know?" Luo Zhelan clenched her fists, and her fingernails dug into her palms. She looked at Hu Guanchen nervously, afraid that he would reveal that she wanted to fake their marriage. Although it had nothing to do with the case, it was too embarrassing. She didn't want too many people to know about it. Hu Guanchen didn't look at her, but he didn't mention it either. Gu Nianji saw that Hu Guanchen didn't say anything, but she didn't mind and continued to ask. "Mr. Hu Guanchen, you said that in that experiment accident, everyone else died, and only Madame Song Jining survived. I heard that your brother could have escaped, but in order to save Madame Song and Madame Song's father, he gave them hope of survival and left the consequences of death to himself. Is that true?" Hu Guanchen pursed his lips even more tightly. Kai Xingnan almost burst out laughing when she heard Gu Nianji's question. What kind of problem was this? Even Kai Xingnan, who had just arrived in Huaxia not long ago, knew the details of Bai Jini's lawsuit. She also knew that Huo Guanyuan had a crush on Song Jining. This matter was a sore point for Huo Guanchen, and Gu Nianji still asked him this question in public. TSK, she really didn't know how she had won all those lawsuits in the past. At that moment, Kai Xingnan even thought that Gu Nianji had won all those lawsuits because He Zhichu had helped her behind the scenes, right? This time, He Zhichu had let it go, and Gu Nianji had revealed her true colors. Kai Xingnan tilted her head and looked at Gu Nianji. Her eyes were like searchlights, and she wished she could see through Gu Nianji's appearance and see through her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Gu Nianji saw that Huo Guanchen didn't speak, so she said gently, "This matter is very important. It's so important that we are seeking justice for Madame Song Jining. She has been severely mentally abused for 10 years, and the goal was to kill her right under your nose. Such a blatant provocation and blatant malice. Don't you want to seek justice for her?" Huo Guanchen couldn't refuse this request. So even though that matter was a thorn in his heart, he still spoke. When the experiment accident happened, there was surveillance video that proved that my older brother pushed Song Jining and her father, Song Haichuan, out of the experimental building. Huo Guanchen told the truth, then my older brother continued to go back to save people. Academician Song Haichuan also ignored the danger and returned to the experimental building, but was killed by the explosion at the entrance of the building. Song Jining was pushed even further. She fell to the ground and was quickly knocked out by the huge explosion that followed. It was later confirmed that the explosion still affected her brain and caused physical damage. After she woke up from her coma, she began to lose her memory. Every day, she would forget what happened the day before, and every day, she only remembered that she was 18 years old. That's why Huo Guanyuan sacrificed himself to save Song Jining and academician Song Haichuan. You just have to answer yes or no. Gu Nianji's expression was very serious. Huo Guanchen choked on her words and replied resentfully. Yes. This was irrefutable. At that time, there were many security measures around the experimental building. Not only were there security personnel and armed soldiers on duty, but there were also cameras everywhere, which recorded the situation at that time. A few cameras located far away were spared and captured the scene of Huo Guanyuan pushing Song Jining and Song Haichuan out at the entrance of the experimental building. Behind them was black smoke, flames, and mushroom clouds. May I ask who knows about Huo Guanyuan's sacrifice? Gu Nianji continued to ask. Very few people know. Gu Nianji thought about it. Specifically, does anyone know? For example, Bai Jini. For example, your father, Huo Xuanong. Huo Guanchen looked down. These two people know. Gu Nianji looked down at her information and concluded, in Bai Jini's case, Luo Jialan also admitted that she had always known that her father wasn't missing at all. You were all lying to her and her mother. She said that her father died trying to protect that bitch. Not even his bones were left. Gu Nianji emphasized the word B*tch. From Luo Jialan's reaction in Bai Jini's case, she hated Song Jining deeply and hated her for causing her to lose her father. This was the first fuse that Luo Jialan intended to kill Song Jining. When Kai Xingnan heard this, she couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and said, "Objection. The prosecution lawyer is making senseless accusations. Huo Guanyuan died to save Song Jining, but that doesn't constitute a reason for my client to kill Song Jining." Gu Nianji laughed. "Lawyer Kai, don't be in a hurry to object. I said that this was the first fuse. I didn't say that this was the direct reason for Luo Jialan's killing intent. Of course, it wasn't easy to kill someone. However, a great deal of killing intent was formed from the accumulation of daily dissatisfaction." The judge was silent for a moment, then said, "Objection overruled." The prosecution lawyer continues. "But, prosecution lawyer, please watch your pace. Don't talk too much about unrelated things. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Honor. I will soon prove that this matter is related to murder." The judge raised his hand and gestured for her to speak. Gu Nianji pulled up the information on her laptop and connected it to the audio-visual equipment for the court. The large projection screen on the wall on one side of the courtroom slowly descended. Gu Nianji put up the PowerPoint she had made. This was her summary of Bai Jini's case. Everyone, please take a look. This is the transcript and result of the trial where the Imperial Capital Procuratorate accused Bai Jini of intentional homicide last year. In that lawsuit, there was evidence that Luo Zhelan wasn't Huo Guanyuan's biological daughter, and that she didn't help her dying mother. Gu Nianji paused and stared at Luo Zhelan. Why would Luo Zhelan, who claimed to love her mother very much and didn't hesitate to torture another innocent person in order to avenge her mother, leave her dying mother in the lurch? In other words, what exactly happened at that time that made Luo Zhelan not even help her dying mother? Gu Nianji slowly looked at Luo Zhelan with a faint smile on her lips. She looked very infuriating. Luo Zhelan trembled so much that her teeth ached. She couldn't restrain herself. If she hadn't been in the dock and being stared at by the bailiff, she would have pounced on Gu Nianji and beaten her up. The smile on her face was really asking for a beating. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1355, really asking for a beating. There was a third update at 9 p.m., and an additional update of 5,400 for the monthly ticket. P.S. There were minor changes to the details of the previous chapters 1353 and 1354. Kiss, kiss. Chapter 1366. Gu Nianji smiled calmly. May I ask the defendant, do you still remember what you said the last time you were a witness in Bai Jini's case? Why did you leave your biological mother in the lurch? Luo Zhelan was dumbfounded, and her mind raced. What did she say at the time? She couldn't remember clearly. Gu Nianji didn't give Luo Zhelan time to organize her words. She immediately said, "You saw Bai Jini kill your mother with your own eyes, but you left her in the lurch because you knew that your mother kept your birth certificate. You didn't want others to notice your true identity, so you used your birth certificate to make an issue out of it." Kai Xingnan saw that Luo Zhelan was emotionally unstable, so she quickly stood up and said, "Objection. The prosecution lawyer has no evidence to prove that my client's birth certificate has anything to do with this matter. It's all her subjective speculation." Gu Nianji completely ignored Kai Xingnan, and without waiting for the judge to make a judgment, she continued quickly. From this, we know that in order to hide her true identity, Luo Zhelan could leave her biological mother in the lurch. Of course, she also had the same motive to kill anyone who knew about this. How could anyone believe that a person who didn't even care about her biological mother's life to protect this secret would let another person go? The other person she has always hated. Gu Nianji turned around and pointed at Song Jining. And Ms. Song Jining is the person Luo Zhelan hates to the core. She hates her. Because of Ms. Song Jining, she lost her father, Huo Guanyuan. Because of Ms. Song Jining, her mother also died a violent death. When she accidentally found out from Bai Jini that Song Jining was also an insider of her identity, she had the intention to kill her. This was a perfectly normal outcome. Luo Zhelan's plump lips trembled, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Kai Xingnan frowned and said loudly, "Objection. The prosecution lawyer is overthinking things. You can't say that my client had the intention to kill Ms. Song Jining just because she didn't like her." Gu Nianji raised her head and said calmly, "I'm proving that the defendant, Luo Zhelan, has a criminal motive." What is a criminal motive? The motive of a crime is the internal reason for the perpetrator to commit a crime, and it is the inducement of the crime. According to the law, there are two conditions that form the motive of a crime. The first is the internal condition, which is the internal psychological factor. The second is the external condition, which is the external inducement. Generally speaking, there are three reasons for a criminal's motive: money, sex, and an antisocial personality. People die for money, and birds die for food. Killing for money is one of the most common criminal motives. Next is lust. To possess or get close to other women or men, killing is also one of the most common motives. The third is antisocial aggression. This includes more content, such as revenge, jealousy, fear, and so on. Gu Nianji looked at Luo Zhelan again, her sharp gaze heavy and cold. And Luo Zhelan has almost all of these three criminal motives. First of all, Huo Guanyuan left behind a huge trust fund. In the absence of a will, she was the first in line to inherit. If people found out that she wasn't related to Huo Guanyuan by blood, even if they were married and adopted, she would still be criticized. It was even possible that the Huo family would sue her for the inheritance. She had to put an end to this possibility and not let people know that she wasn't related to Huo Guanyuan by blood. She was asking for money. Second, the long-term hatred, uneasiness, and fear had distorted the defendant Luo Zhelan's mind. She had the psychological factor of torturing and abusing Ms. Song Jining. And when she took over the responsibility of taking care of Song Jining, she had the conditions to directly abuse and kill her. The psychological factors and external conditions are all in line, proving that the defendant Luo Zhelan had the motive to intentionally kill Ms. Song Jining. The video that Gu Nianji played of Luo Zhelan's performance at Bai Jini's last trial could be said to be solid evidence that she had the intention to kill Song Jining. In fact, when she was suing Bai Jini, there was already enough evidence to sue Luo Zhelan. However, at that time, grandfather Huo suddenly appeared to protect Luo Zhelan and even immediately took her to the Xie family's manor in Europe to relax. The subsequent case had to be temporarily put on hold. Gu Nianji now knew why grandfather Huo had done this. However, grandfather Huo couldn't even protect himself now, so it was impossible for him to save Luo Zhelan again. Moreover, the truth about Huo Guanyuan's will had already been revealed, so there was no need for grandfather Huo to protect Luo Zhelan as a shield anymore. Now that we have the motive, let's look at her criminal behavior. Gu Nianji pulled out a few other PowerPoint slides. Everyone, please take a look. This is the psychological diagnosis made by the psychiatrist on Ms. Song Jining during Bai Jini's case last year, and the professional attending doctor's diagnosis of Ms. Song Jining's physical health. From these two diagnoses, we can see that Luo Zhelan has taken care of Ms. Song Jining for 10 years, causing Ms. Song Jining's mental and physical health to decline sharply. Here's a health examination report that was produced 10 years ago. At that time, although Ms. Song Jining was also delirious, all her physical indicators were very normal, even exceeding the health of an ordinary person. And 10 years later, Ms. Song Jining's weight, heartbeat, blood pressure, and immunity all dropped to a critical state. This kind of situation doesn't need to continue for another 10 years. In another year or two, Ms. Song Jining will die due to the overall deterioration of her health. Also, for a mental patient, her mental state can greatly affect her physical condition. This has been proven by the academic community. And Song Jining's mental state, under long-term environmental pressure and psychological suggestion, is already likely to develop into depression. At this point, Gu Nianji looked at Luo Zhelan again. What is depression? Depression is the mental illness with the highest suicide rate. Luo Zhelan, you forced a mental patient who was already delirious to almost develop depression, and you still say you didn't kill someone on purpose. To kill someone on purpose, you don't have to stab a knife into the other party's body. There are plenty of knives that kill without spilling blood. Gu Nianji used the PowerPoint to show the dark and crowded style of Song Jining's small attic room. Over the years, Song Jining's food, clothing, and accommodation had been treated, as well as the way Song Jining had been taken care of in isolation from the rest of the world. All of this showed the malicious motives of the mastermind behind this. All of this was set up by you. It was all done under your instructions. And you still say you didn't want to kill Miss Song Jining? Gu Nianji was aggressive. She explained her reasoning layer by layer, and with the help of the evidence, she had unknowingly convinced many people in the courtroom. Even the judge, who had been expressionless the whole time, nodded slightly. Gu Nianji smiled slightly and nodded to the people in the courtroom. I'm done. Thank you, Your Honor, for giving me the opportunity to seek justice for Ms. Song Jining. Thank you, everyone. The judge looked at Kai Xingnan. Defense lawyer, do you agree with the prosecution's charges? Kai Xingnan took a deep breath and thought it was time for her to go on stage. She stood up and said calmly, I don't agree. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1356, I don't agree. The monthly vote of 5,400 was delivered. Ah. Do you want me to roll around and beg for monthly votes? I'm already old, my old arms and legs can't move anymore. Kiss, kiss. Chapter 1367. Kai Xingnan had made it clear to the court early in the morning that she would plead not guilty in Luo Zhaolan's case, so she would definitely not agree with Gu Nianji's accusations. She stood up from the dock, bowed to the judge, and then nodded slightly to the people in the courtroom. The judge looked at the information they had presented and asked, May I ask if you want to call your witnesses? The witnesses Kai Xingnan and the others had brought were Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu. They were still waiting to be called in the next room. According to the procedure, Wu Guanchen was the prosecution's witness. He should have left by now, and the defense's lawyer would call in their witnesses to testify. However, Kai Xingnan changed her mind at the last minute. She shook her head and said with a smile, No need. I want to cross-examine the prosecution's first witness, Mr. General Wu Guanchen. The judge thought for a moment, nodded, raised his hand, and said, You may begin. Kai Xingnan lowered her head and organized her documents and folders. She took out a translucent yellow folder and held it in her hand. She walked to Wu Guanchen's witness stand. Hello, Mr. General Hua. Kai Xingnan addressed him very politely by his military rank. Her movements were very restrained, and she trembled in front of Wu Guanchen, as if she was very afraid of him. Gu Nianji was slightly stunned. She had come with ill intentions. This was to emphasize Wu Guanchen's status and give the people in the courtroom a preconceived impression of Wu Guanchen, which would affect their impression of him and their judgment of his testimony. Gu Nianji covered her lips with the back of her hand and coughed softly. In the quiet courtroom number 1, the cough was very obvious. Kai Xingnan turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of Gu Nianji's cough. Her expression was sharp, and her gaze was sharp. Her timid demeanor from before was gone, and her entire aura had changed. Gu Nianji smiled at her. Sorry, my throat is itchy. Lawyer Kai, don't be paranoid. Her interruption destroyed the sense of respect and fear that Kai Xingnan had created for Wu Guanchen. When she turned back to face Wu Guanchen, Kai Xingnan felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't pretend to be as cautious as before. She simply stopped pretending and flipped through the folder in her hand. She asked casually, Mr. Wu Guanchen, may I ask how you met Miss Song Jining? Wu Guanchen. Gu Nianji quickly stood up. Objection. The questions asked by the defense lawyer are related to the privacy of my client and the witness, and have nothing to do with the case. The judge rapped his gavel. Objection sustained. Counsel for the defense, please be careful with your questions and wording. Kai Xingnan smiled and said, As far as I know, you knew Miss Song Jining after your brother, right? Wu Guanchen's face darkened and he did not speak. Gu Nianji continued, Objection. If the defendant's lawyer continues to pry into my privacy like a paparazzi, I'm going to file a complaint with the lawyer's license authority. Kai Xingnan did not wait for the judge to speak and immediately said quickly, Your Honor, this matter is also closely related to this case. I can prove it. The judge looked down at the documents and evidence she had submitted in advance and nodded. Defense counsel, please get to the point quickly. Kai Xingnan glanced at Gu Nianji with a smile, then retracted her gaze and looked at Hu Guanchen. She said, if you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. Hu Guanchen nodded. Yes, my brother knew Song Jining first. It's no secret. Kai Xingnan nodded. Later, you met Miss Song Jining and began to pursue her. Miss Song Jining once swayed between you and your brother. Objection. Gu Nianji stood up again, her expression solemn. The defendant's lawyer's question just now has already slandered my client's reputation. I reserve the right to sue the defendant's lawyer. Lawyer Gu, I have evidence for every word I say. Isn't this considered obstructing justice? Kai Xingnan raised an eyebrow with an extremely serious expression. Evidence. May I ask where you got the evidence to prove that my client swayed between us more than 30 years ago? Did you open your heavenly eye, or did you use a time machine to go back in time and see it with your own eyes? Maybe you even took a small video. Can you share it with us? Gu Nianji rebutted Kai Xingnan eloquently, not letting up at all. Kai Xingnan said calmly, I heard about it from someone who knew them. You can believe it or not. But Hu Guanyuan's belongings contain love letters to Song Jining. You can't deny that, can you? She went around in a big circle, but the main point was still the love letters that Hu Guanyuan had written to Song Jining. These love letters had been exposed during Bai Jini's case. It was obvious that Kai Xingnan was still using those love letters as an excuse. Gu Nianji smiled. I'm sorry, I do want to deny it. Lawyer Kai didn't personally attend the trial at that time, so she probably doesn't know that I had already refuted those love letters. Because there was no header on them, it was impossible to tell who they were written to. You've blamed all of them on my client. It seems like you've been too deeply influenced by Bai Jini and Luo Jialan, because that's what they think. Is that so? I think Lawyer Gu, you can deceive yourself, but you can't expect us to deceive ourselves like you. These love letters were actually written by Hu Guanyuan to Song Jining. Otherwise, why would your witness fly into a rage when he saw those love letters? He even filed for divorce with Song Jining despite her being seriously ill at the time. Kai Xingnan closed her translucent yellow folder and turned to look at the head of the courtroom. Your Honor, the truth is that Mr. Hu Guanchen couldn't stand the ambiguous relationship between his ex-wife and his brother, so he filed for divorce. This was indeed the truth. Even Gu Nianji couldn't deny it. She glared at Kai Xingnan angrily, her lips opening and closing silently as she said, despicable. Kai Xingnan smiled and made a calm down gesture at her. Gu Nianji seemed to be so angry that she couldn't speak. She sat down heavily, but when she lowered her head and lowered her eyes, a glint flashed across her eyes. Kai Xingnan didn't see the change in Gu Nianji's expression. With the joy of suppressing Gu Nianji's aura for the first time, Kai Xingnan turned around and said, and after Mr. Hu Guanchen divorced Miss Song Jining, he didn't ask her to move out of the Hu family. Instead, she continued to live in the Hu family. Mr. Hu Guanchen was still responsible for the manpower and expenses to take care of her. At that time, many people praised him for being affectionate and not forgetting to take care of his seriously ill wife. But in private, he had already hooked up with Song Jining's best friend, Bai Jini. He betrayed his wife. So can the words of such a person really be trusted? I didn't. Hu Guanchen objected in a low voice. When I was with Bai Jini, I had already divorced Song Jining. Really? Kai Xingnan shook her head with a smile. But according to what I know, Bai Jini personally said that when you had sex with her for the first time, you hadn't officially divorced her. Hu Guanchen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His first time with Bai Jini, to put it bluntly, was because he had been tricked by Bai Jini, but he was a man. Even if he had been tricked by a woman, it was his own fault. It couldn't be that a woman had pointed a gun at him and asked him to have sex with her. Drunken sex was also messed up. Song Jining was sitting in the plaintiff's seat below. What had happened when she was unconscious back then had been mercilessly exposed by Kai Xingnan in front of her. Not only was Huo Guanchen extremely embarrassed, but Song Jining's cheeks were also flushed. She didn't know if it was out of anger or anger. Gu Nianji was a little dumbfounded. She had really underestimated Kai Xingnan's professionalism. She had actually gotten such a thing out of Bai Jini. Gu Nianji had only gotten one sentence out of Bai Jini about Luo Zhaolan's background. However, Kai Xingnan had gotten all the secrets about her and Huo Guanchen from Bai Jini. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to say 666 or laugh out loud. 23333. Kai Xingnan continued, "So, Mr. Huo Guanchen, after you betrayed your seriously ill wife, you continued to raise your divorced wife at home. You even let my client, Miss Luo Zhaolan, who was only 18 years old at the time, take over the responsibility of taking care of your ex-wife. What were your intentions?" Huo Guanchen raised his head and didn't dare to look at Song Jining's face. He took a deep breath and said, "Although I divorced Song Jining, she was seriously ill at the time, and her family didn't have any immediate family members. I couldn't let her leave the Huo family. Then should I praise you for being affectionate and loyal? Or should I praise you for being a pervert?" Kai Xingnan's tone changed, and her expression became sharper. "During the years when Song Jining was seriously ill, you peeped at her whenever you had time, and you didn't let her know. If my client really abused Miss Song Jining to the point of death, why didn't you say a word? Or were you the one who wanted to kill Song Jining?" Kai Xingnan's purge was really aggressive. Not only did she start with Huo Guanchen's personal privacy to question Huo Guanchen's character and integrity, thus doubting the credibility of his testimony, but she also threw a huge trap. She raised her head and looked at the solemn judge. "Your Honor, Mr. Huo Guanchen was jealous of his ex-wife and brother's ambiguous relationship, and he put his ex-wife, who was incapacitated, in front of him. Can I also prove that Mr. Huo Guanchen also had a motive for the crime, and even had the conditions to commit the crime, so it was also possible that he had the intention to kill? Don't forget, the motive that Lawyer Gu mentioned before, the possessiveness between a man and a woman, is also one of the most important motives for the crime." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Kai Xingnan had really taken a huge step. She had gone from questioning the witness to shifting the blame to another suspect. Moreover, she had pinned the two procedures on the same person. If she took too big a step, she could easily pull her balls, even though Kai Xingnan didn't have any balls. Gu Nianji stood up calmly and said, "Objection. Even according to the defendant's lawyer, it can only prove that Mr. Huo Guanchen loved Ms. Song Jining deeply. If he really wanted her life, he could have kicked her out of the Huo family after the divorce and ignored her. I guarantee that Song Jining wouldn't have survived the winter at that time. Since he could have taken Song Jining's life so easily and clearly without any legal responsibility, why did he have to spend money, effort, and energy to visit her so often?" Gu Nianji retorted without hesitation, although in the eyes of the defendant's lawyer, Mr. Huo Guanchen didn't go to visit his seriously ill ex-wife, but peeping. TSK, as expected, the world you see is the way you see it." Gu Nianji chuckled. "Lawyer Kai, your reasoning is too much." Kai Xingnan blushed a little. She was a little too impatient. She quickly retracted her gaze. "Okay, even if Huo Guanchen didn't have the intention to kill, everyone heard him lie in court. May I ask, Your Honor, what will happen if the witness lies in court and hides important things?" This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1357, Menacing. Cute little corgi military dog stands with its paws folded, all beautiful sisters and handsome brothers, can you cast a few monthly votes for my little master? Without monthly votes, there won't be any dog food QAQ, author June. I will work hard for little corgis dog food QAQ. They will be released at the same time. The second update will be at 8 p.m., and the third update will be added at 9 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1368. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and stood up. She said calmly, "Objection. The defendant's lawyer's statement is misleading. My witness didn't lie about the case. As for personal privacy, to be honest, the defendant's lawyer has crossed the line." She knew that Hu Guanchen was a scumbag in this matter, but this was a matter between a man and a woman. It was a matter between Hu Guanchen, Bai Jini, and Song Jining. It had nothing to do with Luo Zhelan's intentional murder of Song Jining. Kai Xingnan turned around and looked at her with her big, sunken eyes. She said calmly, "Yes, Mr. Hu Guanchen's lie has little to do with his testimony, but he was able to lie in court, and he lied about his character. It's enough to show that his testimony is not credible." Gu Nianji understood that Kai Xingnan had used a matter between a man and a woman to induce Hu Guanchen to lie in order to deprive him of his qualifications as a witness. If a witness lied in court, if it was a lie related to the case, it would be perjury. If it was a lie unrelated to the case, it would directly affect his qualifications as a witness. The matter just now wasn't a big deal, because it was just an affair that happened more than 10 years ago. However, it wasn't a small matter either. It could prove that Hu Guanchen had an affair with Bai Jini before his divorce. He was morally corrupt and had a questionable character. This proved that Hu Guanchen's testimony just now was also not credible. For example, how Luo Zhelan treated Song Jining in her daily life, which was suspected of abuse, which was suspected of inducement, and which was wanted to kill her. All of this would be judged as credible when it came from Hu Guanchen's mouth. Moreover, Song Jining was in court. If she exposed this scandal in court, it would be enough to make Song Jining and Hu Guanchen unable to turn back forever. Therefore, Bai Jini was willing to tell Kai Xingnan about this, probably with this in mind: she couldn't have Hu Guanyuan, and she couldn't be with Hu Guanchen. However, it was impossible for Song Jining to be with Hu Guanyuan, let alone get back together with Hu Guanchen. Gu Nianji understood Bai Jini and Kai Xingnan's sinister intentions in this matter, and became even more vigilant. Not only was her opponent stronger than she had imagined, but she was also more shameless than she had expected. A lawyer with both ability and no bottom line was the most difficult lawyer to deal with. Because in order to win, they would do anything. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and insisted again: the affair between Mr. Hu Guanchen and Bai Jini many years ago had nothing to do with this case. The defense lawyer shouldn't have asked. But you still insisted on asking. My witness has no obligation to satisfy your dark desire to pry into someone's privacy. Is this private? Kai Xingnan spread her hands in amusement and walked around in front of everyone in the courtroom. Then, she walked up to Song Jining and looked at Song Jining, whose face had turned from red to white. She said regretfully, "Miss Song Jining, I sympathize very much with what happened to you, and I hate those who abused you, but my client," she turned around and pointed to Luo Zhelan, who was in the dock. "She really didn't want to murder you. She was such a naive and foolish person. For someone as straightforward as her, she did resent you, but after that, when she saw what happened to you, she felt more sympathy." Luo Zhelan was also looking at them. When she heard Kai Xingnan's words, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. She clasped her hands together at Song Jining and made a pitiful gesture of begging for forgiveness. Song Jining's face was frosty as she said coldly, "Sympathy. Don't think that you can fool me just because I was delirious for more than 10 years. My room in the Huo family is still sealed. It's the same as it was when I lived there. Under her careful care, my physical condition has been deteriorating, and there's medical evidence to prove it. Lawyer Kai, I'm a scientist. Tell me, should I believe the actual data, or should I believe your lies and insist that she didn't want to murder me?" Kai Xingnan was stunned. She thought to herself that Song Jining was indeed sharp. It was rare for her to have a clear mind, and it was difficult to lead her on. She took a closer look at Song Jinning's face. Her skin was smooth and tender, without a single wrinkle. She looked to be at most in her 30s, which was the peak of a woman's mature skin. Although it wasn't as invincible as Gu Nianji's skin and youth, it was truly heaven-defying for her to be over 49 and soon to be 50. She couldn't help but wonder how Song Jinning had recovered from such a serious brain injury. This thought only flashed through her mind for a moment, and she threw it aside. Now wasn't the time to care about how Song Jinning recovered. The problem now was to continue their trial and get Huo Guanchen, the most direct witness, out of the picture. Because other than Luo Zhelan, Huo Guanchen knew best about Song Jinning's treatment in the Huo family. He hadn't interfered with how Luo Zhelan treated Song Jinning, but he had seen it all. On Kai Xingnan and Luo Zhelan's list, Huo Guanchen was the most difficult witness to deal with. Not only was it because he held a high position and his words would greatly affect everyone, but it was also because he was providing direct testimony. Kai Xingnan saw that Song Jinning was stubborn and refused to take the bait. She turned to face the judge and took out another document in a translucent red folder. Your Honor, this is a document published in the world's most authoritative psychiatric journal, the American Journal of an Academic Article in Psychiatry. There was a case mentioned in it that was very similar to Ms. Song Jinning's case. It was also a case where the brain was traumatized by an explosion, causing short-term memory loss and mental disorder. She thought that she was stuck in a certain era in the past. According to this journal, there is no precedent in the world for this kind of case to be cured. Of course, Ms. Song Jinning's case is an exception. Not only did she cure mental illness, but she also cured the damaged brain. This is indeed commendable. Gu Nianji stared at the folder in Kai Xingnan's hand with a dark look in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. At this point, Kai Xingnan turned around and glanced at everyone in the courtroom. She then turned to the judge and said, "This scientific document shows that this kind of brain injury causes mental and physical illness at the same time, and it will worsen step by step. No matter how carefully you take care of it, and no matter how good your psychiatrist is, you won't be able to stop its final course." She really had some skills. Gu Nianji couldn't help raising her eyebrows and sighing to herself. If Kai Xingnan won on this point, Luo Zhelan would probably be released on the spot, and they wouldn't be able to prosecute her for the same crime in the future unless they found new evidence. However, they had been looking for almost a year for the current evidence. If Luo Zhelan escaped this time, where would they go to find a second set of evidence? In other words, no matter how hard my client tries, Song Jinning's condition will still worsen. If that's the case, how can the prosecution lawyer prove that Ms. Song Jinning blamed the deterioration of Ms. Song Jinning's physical condition on my client's intentional mental abuse? We won't take the blame for this. First get rid of the witness, then get rid of the evidence. Logically, Luo Zhelan's charge of intentional murder would not be established. Kai Xingnan's maneuver could be said to be very impressive. If the two of them weren't on opposite sides, Gu Nianji would have called Kai Xingnan. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1358, Honest, Simple, and Stupid. Cute little corgi continues to bow its paws in front of its arms. All beautiful sisters and handsome brothers, can you cast a few monthly votes for my little master? If you don't have monthly votes, you won't have any dog food to eat. QAQ. The third update of the monthly votes will be added at 9 p.m. P.S. First line, honest, simple, and stupid. Second line. Looking for the second line. Mwah. Chapter 1369. Kai Xingnan's statement was reasonable and persuasive. Even the judge couldn't help nodding. He asked Gu Nianji kindly, "Counsel for the prosecution, do you agree?" Of course, Gu Nianji couldn't agree either. Gu Nianji's mind raced as she slowly stood up and said, "The defendant's lawyer has presented a new piece of evidence. Let me ask the defendant's lawyer, is the case listed in this journal exactly the same as my client's case?" Gu Nianji emphasized, exactly the same, to remind everyone not to be misled by something that looked right, but was actually wrong. Kai Xingnan's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, of course it's exactly the same. I can show everyone the comparison chart made by the expert. She returned to the dock, turned on her laptop, and connected it to the large projector in the courtroom. Soon, a comparison chart appeared on the snow-white projection screen in the courtroom. It was comparing the case in the literature with Song Jinning's case. Everyone, please take a look. The description of the case here is 80% similar to Song Jinning's description. It can be concluded that, wait. Gu Nianji raised her hand and called for a pause. Let me ask the defense lawyer again, who made this comparison chart? An expert. May I ask who the expert witness is? Anything that could be brought to court had to stand up to scrutiny. In addition to ordinary witnesses, expert witnesses were also very important. Moreover, expert witnesses didn't have to avoid the cross-examination like ordinary witnesses. They could sit in the courtroom from beginning to end and listen to the entire trial. However, in court number 1, there was only one ordinary witness, Wu Guanchen. There was no expert witness. Kai Xingnan smiled and said, of course it's an expert, but he's very busy and doesn't have time to appear in court. However, he signed a certificate for me to prove that he provided this evidence. Kai Xingnan circulated the expert's signature to everyone in the courtroom. Gu Nianji also looked at the signature, then returned the certificate to Kai Xingnan. She continued to look up at the comparison of the cases on the big screen. When she saw the last comparison frame, Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed. Defense lawyer, can 80% similarity prove that it's the same disease? Gu Nianji picked up the laser pointer in front of her and circled the last comparison frame on the large projection screen. Everyone, please take a look. The last comparison of these two cases is the treatment situation. The experts clearly stated that this case is incurable. Just as the defendant's lawyer said, no matter how the patient is cared for, the final result will definitely worsen, and the patient will definitely die. But after my client left the custody and care of the defendant, Luo Zhelan, not only did his condition not deteriorate, but he was also cured. Can you conclude that the two cases are the same disease based on this alone? Gu Nianji found a loophole in Kai Xingnan's argument and began to pursue it. The Ebola virus is spread through blood and body fluids. AIDS is also spread through blood and body fluids. The early symptoms of Ebola are also fever, weakness, and body aches, similar to the flu. Coincidentally, the early symptoms of AIDS are also fever, weakness, and night sweats, similar to the flu. If we don't look at the later development, the similarity between the two might be 80%, so we can conclude that the two cases are exactly the same. You also think it's ridiculous, don't you? Gu Nianji also glanced at everyone in the courtroom and continued with a smile, I would like to ask the expert witness invited by the defendant's lawyer about this question. How did he come to the conclusion that the two causes of the disease are 80% similar, and that they are the same disease? Kai Xingnan quickly looked at her expert testimony and immediately retorted, please don't add to the drama. My expert witness didn't say that the two diseases are the same disease. Gu Nianji was waiting for her to say this. She immediately said, since it can't be proved that the two diseases are the same disease, then it means that the defendant, Luo Zhelan, is still suspected of trying to mentally abuse my client to death. May I ask the defendant's lawyer, why did you use the results of the case in this magazine to prove that my client's illness will definitely worsen and she will definitely die? Is this called changing the concept or perjury? Whether it was changing the concept or perjury, it was a very serious accusation for a witness. Kai Xingnan's expression instantly changed, and she said in a low voice, objection. My expert witness didn't say such a thing. Your expert witness didn't say such a thing, so it must be the defendant's lawyer. Lawyer Kai, if you said such a thing, then the person suspected of perjury is you. Gu Nianji walked up to Kai Xingnan and stood in front of her. Her big eyes were as black jade, and she smiled slightly. So, either you admit that your expert testimony is not applicable to this case, or you admit that you perjured yourself. Choose one, Lawyer Kai. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Kai Xingnan's eyes, but she quickly calmed down and said nonchalantly, "This testimony is just circumstantial evidence. If the prosecution doesn't like it, then it won't be used as evidence in this case." The testimony that she had spent a lot of money to get the psychiatrist to make had been invalidated just like that. Kai Xingnan felt that it was a pity, but at this time, it was the clearest choice to make. Gu Nianji nodded and said approvingly, "The defendant's lawyer is quick to see the opportunity and is able to correct his mistakes. Nothing is better than that." Kai Xingnan's face twitched twice, and she almost vomited blood at Gu Nianji's words. This path wasn't going to work, but it didn't matter. She still had another way. Kai Xingnan quickly composed herself and said to the judge, "Your Honor, I still want to call my 2 witnesses. Please allow the prosecution's witness to leave." The judge agreed to her request and knocked the gavel to let Hu Guanchen leave. At the same time, he asked the bailiff to bring in one of the defendant's 2 witnesses, Andy Xing. Andy Xing was a domestic helper who had come to the Hu family after Luo Zhelan took over taking care of Song Jining. She had a professional certificate to take care of mental patients, and was considered very popular in the domestic service industry. When she arrived at the witness stand in court number 1 and stood still, Andy Xing once again swore that she was telling the truth, and that she would only tell the truth. However, although the witness was swearing, no one truly believed that the witness would tell the truth just because she had sworn. There was no contradiction in swearing that a person who liked to lie was also lying. If one believed that the witness's words must be true, then one's IQ was not suitable for legal work. Gu Nianji returned to the plaintiff's stand and sat down. Her palms were wet. She had also broken out in a cold sweat just now. She had almost been scared by Kai Xingnan. Song Jining quietly reached over and held Gu Nianji's hand. She squeezed it tightly. This was to encourage her. Gu Nianji relaxed and looked at Song Jining with a smile. She mouthed, "I'm fine. Thank you." Song Jining looked at Gu Nianji with pity. She thought to herself that this little girl's face was pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, yet she said she was fine. It wasn't easy to be a defense lawyer. If she didn't keep her guard up, she would be knocked down by the other party at any moment. While it was a battle of wits, it was also a battle of physical strength. Gu Nianji held Song Jining's hand back and motioned for her to look at the witness stand. In front of the witness stand, Kai Xingnan had already walked over and stood in front of Auntie Xing. She asked calmly, "Auntie Xing, right? May I ask how long you've been taking care of Ms. Song Jining in the Hu family?" Auntie Xing timidly glanced at Song Jining on the plaintiff's stand and lowered her eyelids. 6 years. She had only entered the Hu family a year after Luo Zhelan took over Song Jining. The few domestic helpers who had taken care of Song Jining in the past had been fired by Luo Zhelan. Took care of her for 6 years. Tell me, why did you attempt to murder Ms. Song Jining? Kai Xingnan suddenly changed the topic and pointed out that Auntie Xing was the suspect behind Song Jining's murder. Auntie Xing raised her head abruptly and looked at Kai Xingnan in disbelief. What? I attempted to murder her. Wasn't I a witness? Why did you say that I attempted to murder her? Not only was Auntie Xing stunned, but everyone in the courtroom was also shocked. Gu Nianji's gaze darted between Auntie Xing and Kai Xingnan. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, what was Kai Xingnan up to now? Was she looking for a scapegoat and finding a witness? This was the third update of the day, chapter 1359, Don't Add Scenes to Yourself. Cute little corgi continues to bow its paws in front of arms. Dear beautiful sisters and handsome brothers, it's the last 3 hours. My little master is waiting to be fed. I want a few monthly votes. If you don't have monthly votes, you won't get any dog food. P.S. If you don't have monthly votes, remember to vote for the next month's monthly votes to the Major General after midnight. Moi. Chapter 1370. All eyes in the courtroom focused on Kai Xingnan again. Her expression was serious as she looked straight at Auntie Xing. No one could tell what she was thinking. Auntie Xing whispered nervously, "Lawyer Kai, what do you mean? When did I attempt to murder Mrs. Song?" She was still used to calling Song Jining Mrs. Song. Although Song Jining had already left the Hu family, she still couldn't change it. "Didn't you?" Kai Xingnan tilted her head and looked at Auntie Xing with her hands behind her back. "Then why didn't you take good care of Mrs. Song? You made her live in a cramped and crowded room, didn't talk to her, and left her alone in the attic all year round." These were all the mental abuse that Luo Zhelan had inflicted on Song Jining mentioned in Gu Nianji's indictment. Auntie Xing cried out in grievance, "How can you blame me for this? I'm just a caretaker. A housekeeper. The owner asked me to do all of this." Gu Nianji immediately followed up, "You mean, Luo Zhelan, no, Hu Zhelan asked you to do all of this?" Kai Xingnan turned to look at her. "Lawyer Gu, I'm the one asking the questions now. Can you not interrupt us when we're asking the questions?" Gu Nianji smiled. "Then Lawyer Kai, can you not randomly object when I'm asking the questions?" "Kai Xingnan, you can't do it, can you?" Gu Nianji said earnestly. "Actually, we're all trying to figure out the truth. I know Lawyer Kai is willing to defend Luo Zhelan because you believe that she's not the murderer, right?" It was Kai Xingnan's turn to be confused. What was Gu Nianji doing? Was she going to switch sides? Wasn't she going to defend Song Jining anymore? Gu Nianji said calmly, "So when I prove to Lawyer Kai and the court that Luo Zhelan really tried to murder Ms. Song Jining, you won't defend her, right?" "Of course not." Kai Xingnan instinctively objected. "Luo Zhelan is my client, no matter what she does." As soon as she said that, Kai Xingnan knew she was in trouble. She quickly glanced at the four people from the military in the gallery. Sure enough, she saw them frowning and looking very dissatisfied with her. In fact, there was nothing wrong with this in terms of law. As a lawyer, when Kai Xingnan chose to defend Luo Zhelan, regardless of whether Luo Zhelan was guilty or innocent, she had to defend her to the end. This was the professional ethics of this profession. As for whether Luo Zhelan was guilty or not, it was not up to the lawyer to decide, but the court to decide. However, for Gu Nianji to bring this matter up like this, it didn't sound so honorable. In fact, the most correct answer should be that she believed that Luo Zhelan was innocent, so she chose to defend her. She couldn't say that she would defend Luo Zhelan regardless of whether she was guilty or not. No matter what she does, Lawyer Kai will defend her. So what Lawyer Kai really means is that even if Luo Zhelan is the real murderer, you have to defend her to the end, right? Gu Nianji once again set up a verbal trap for her. Gu Nianji had set a verbal trap for her just like that. Kai Xingnan composed herself and forcefully pulled her thoughts back from Gu Nianji's interruption. She turned around and continued to ask Auntie Xing, "Auntie Xing, you just said that the master asked you to do it. May I ask who the master you're talking about is? Is this person in court?" Kai Xingnan turned her body to the side and no longer stood in front of Auntie Xing. Auntie Xing's gaze slid over to Luo Zhelan. Kai Xingnan followed her gaze. "Did Luo Zhelan, no, Miss Hu Zhelan ask her to do this?" "Auntie Xing, before you answer yes or no, I want to remind you that you're testifying in court. If your testimony isn't true, you'll be implicated in perjury." Objection. The defense lawyer is threatening the defense witness. Gu Nianji raised her hand lazily and actually spoke up for Auntie Xing. Auntie Xing looked at Gu Nianji in surprise, then at Luo Zhelan. She carefully recalled the situation at the time. After a while, she said, "This person isn't in court." "Oh. Who is that person? A man? Or a woman?" The smile on Kai Xingnan's lips was faintly discernible. Her attitude softened, and her tone could be said to be very persuasive. Gu Nianji frowned. Could it be that Kai Xingnan's goal wasn't to blame Auntie Xing for the murder, but to still target Hu Guanchen? To be honest, Gu Nianji didn't believe that Hu Guanchen had the intention to kill Song Jining. Yes, Hu Guanchen was a scumbag. What he did to his seriously ill wife was simply inhumane. But that didn't mean that he wanted Song Jining's life. If Kai Xingnan still wanted to use Hu Guanchen as a scapegoat, Gu Nianji wanted to see what other concrete evidence Kai Xingnan had. Gu Nianji had already denied that Hu Guanchen was the murderer and refuted Kai Xingnan's evidence. If Kai Xingnan wanted to drag Hu Guanchen in again, she would need new evidence. Gu Nianji looked at Kai Xingnan and Auntie Xing even more intently. However, Auntie Xing actually said, "It's Miss Bai. It's Bai Genie who has already been sentenced. Did she ask you to do this?" Kai Xingnan's interest was piqued. "Tell me specifically, what did she ask you to do?" Auntie Xing said honestly, "Miss Bai said that Mrs. Song would forget what happened the day before every day, so she had to be given more familiar things to be placed by her side to help her recover her memory. So this was the reason why her room was getting more crowded and there were more things in her room. Also, Miss Bai said that Mrs. Song's brain was seriously injured. She's afraid of light and noise, so we usually don't dare to talk to her. So this was the reason why they didn't talk to her, left her alone in the attic, and gave her cold treatment." Gu Nianji cursed silently as she listened, but she was also very surprised. So the real target of Kai Xingnan's shifting the blame was Bai Genie. It had to be said that Kai Xingnan's target was quite accurate. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with mixed emotions as she silently looked in Kai Xingnan's direction. If what Auntie Xing said was true, then Luo Zhelan could really be acquitted. This was because Bai Genie was indeed Song Jining's attending psychiatrist at the time. Last year, before she was convicted, Gu Nianji had mocked her for practicing medicine without a license and being a deceitful Mongolian doctor. Therefore, these arrangements were all made by Bai Genie. Luo Zhelan, like Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu, only obeyed. Then Luo Zhelan's suspicions were almost completely cleared. Gu Nianji looked at Luo Zhelan with a complicated expression. Suddenly, she noticed that Luo Zhelan had raised her head and quickly glanced in her direction. Then, Luo Zhelan raised the corners of her lips and revealed a half-smile. This provocative expression was like a bucket of cold water poured over Gu Nianji's head, causing her to suddenly wake up. No, there was one part of Kai Xingnan's question that was ambiguous. Not only had it misled Auntie Xing, but it had also misled everyone in the courtroom. Even someone as vigilant as Gu Nianji had almost been fooled. Gu Nianji recalled how high and mighty Bai Genie had once been. It was hard for her to imagine that she would speak to Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu like this. In an instant, Gu Nianji had already thought of Kai Xingnan's sloppiness and prepared what she was going to ask. At that moment, Kai Xingnan smiled widely and said to the judge, "Your Honor, you can see that this has nothing to do with my client. It was purely Bai Genie's doing. Bai Genie was already convicted of murdering Luo Xinchua last year. In my opinion, we still missed one of her charges, which was attempting to murder Ms. Song Jining. And my client is completely innocent," Kai Xingnan said firmly. She ended her questioning of Auntie Xing and said, "Your Honor, I would like to call in the next witness." Gu Nianji raised her hand and said calmly, "Wait. Your Honor, I have something to ask Auntie Xing." Kai Xingnan had already cross-examined the prosecution witness, Wu Guanchen. Now it was Gu Nianji's turn to cross-examine the defense witness, Auntie Xing. The judge nodded in approval. The prosecution lawyer may begin questioning. Gu Nianji walked to the witness stand and asked only one question, "Auntie Xing, what you said just now was Miss Bai's instructions?" May I ask, did Miss Bai personally tell you these words? Gu Nianji emphasized the word personally. She explained, I asked if she said it herself. What I meant was, like we are now, face to face, talking to you, and telling you how to take care of Song Jining. Kai Xingnan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, Bai Jini is responsible for Ms. Song Jining's physical condition. Of course they listened to Bai Jini. What's wrong with that? She didn't believe that Gu Nianji could see through the language barrier she had set up. Gu Nianji didn't look at her. She only stared at Auntie Xing, not letting go of any opportunity for her to exchange glances with Kai Xingnan. Auntie Xing, please think carefully. In what way did Bai Jini ask you to take care of Ms. Song like this? Gu Nianji pointed out again. Auntie Xing's eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to speak. She quickly glanced at Kai Xingnan. Gu Nianji understood. Without waiting for Kai Xingnan to speak, she quickly said, Auntie Xing, do you know what the crime of perjury is? According to our country's criminal law, the crime of perjury is punishable by imprisonment of not more than 3 years. If the circumstances are serious, it is punishable by imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 7 years. Do you really want to go to jail? No. I don't want to go to jail. Auntie Xing quickly waved her hand and hurriedly confessed, Miss Bai didn't personally tell us these words. Miss Bai basically never spoke to us directly. Miss Bai told Miss Hua these words, and Miss Hua passed them on to us. That was more like it. Gu Nianji smiled. How do you know that Miss Bai asked Miss Hua to pass them on to you? Because that's what Miss Hua said. Miss Hua? Which Miss Hua? Is she in court? Gu Nianji glanced at the courtroom. Auntie Xing stretched out her finger and pointed timidly at Luo Zhelan, who was sitting in the dock. It's her. She's in charge of me and Auntie Yu. She's the one who ordered us to do everything, but she said that it was all Miss Bai's medical advice. She and Auntie Yu were both people with professional licenses to take care of special mental patients, and they attached great importance to the word medical advice. In that case, Luo Zhelan actually ordered you to do all of this directly, right? Gu Nianji emphasized further, she said that it was Bai Jini's medical advice, but Bai Jini never said these things in front of you, did she? Auntie Xing shook her head and said, Miss Bai is a busy person. She doesn't spend much time at the Hua family, and when she does, she spends most of her time with Mr. Hua. When she talks to Mrs. Song, she chases us out, and the two of them talk in the room. Gu Nianji nodded. This was probably when Bai Jini was trying to get information, trust, and handwriting out of the mentally ill Song Jining. Therefore, although Luo Zhelan was the mastermind in the murder of Song Jining, and even if Bai Jini wasn't an accomplice, she was at least an accomplice. Gu Nianji turned to look at Kai Xingnan, pointed at Luo Zhelan, and said to her, Lawyer Kai, the truth is out now. Your client used medical advice as an excuse to commit murder. The evidence is conclusive and irrefutable. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1360, Irrefutable. It was December again, the end of the month, when the monthly tickets were doubled. A certain Han had always had mixed feelings about the double monthly tickets. Let's just get used to it. Double monthly tickets, 3 updates every day. The second update at 1 p.m., the third update at 8 p.m. I'll try my best to update. Can you guys vote for the Major General? Thank you. Chapter 1371. Kai Xingnan couldn't help sneering. Lawyer Gu, can't you hear what I'm saying? Auntie Xing made it very clear that my client was only relaying Bai Jini's medical advice. How did it become my client's fault when it came to you? In order to slander my client, you are willing to go to any lengths. I'm willing to do anything. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh. This is really a case of the thief calling the thief. She turned around and walked to her plaintiff's stand. Without looking back, she said, "If you insist that Luo Jialan was only relaying Bai Jini's medical advice, please show me the evidence." Medical advice, not a doctor's verbal advice. Medical advice requires a prescription to be considered a medical advice. Although Bai Jini didn't have the qualifications to practice as a psychiatrist, she still kept Song Jinning's medical records over the years, and even had her own prescriptions. These were all evidence that had been exposed during Bai Jini's trial for murdering Luo Xinxue. Gu Nianji dared to insist that Bai Jini hadn't said these medical advice because she had read all the case reports and prescriptions that Bai Jini had left behind. Moreover, Gu Nianji had a photographic memory, and all the materials she had seen were stored in her mind. As long as she mentioned the beginning, she would be able to remember what she had read. Made Song Jinning's room more and more cramped, didn't talk to her, and left her alone in the attic all year round. Gu Nianji remembered very clearly that Bai Jini's medical reports and prescriptions had never included these items. Therefore, she concluded that Luo Jialan had used Bai Jini's name to direct Auntie Xing and Auntie Yu to send Song Jinning to her death step by step. If Gu Nianji hadn't appeared, Song Jinning would have been dead by now. Kai Xingnan looked at Gu Nianji's back and said with a dark expression, "You're asking me for evidence for what you said so many years ago. Are you sure you're not bickering?" Gu Nianji turned around with a cold expression. "I never bicker in court. Lawyer Kai, if you can't produce evidence of Bai Jini's medical advice, then I'm sorry to say that I won't accept your explanation of shifting the blame to Bai Jini. I insist that Luo Jialan is the murderer who wanted to murder Ms. Song Jinning. Moreover, what Auntie Xing said just now has confirmed our accusations." Gu Nianji looked at Luo Jialan and said lightly, "Luo Jialan has indeed been scheming to kill Ms. Song Jinning. She has been planning this for years and even thought of a scapegoat." Objection. Kai Xingnan quickly interrupted Gu Nianji. "I object to the prosecution's speculations about my client's behavior." The judge looked at her without moving and ignored her objection. He looked at her through the edge of his reading glasses. "Does the defense lawyer still want to call you as a second witness?" This meant that she didn't agree with Kai Xingnan's objection. Kai Xingnan felt aggrieved. She gritted her teeth and said, "Yes." Soon, Auntie Xing was taken away and Auntie Yu was brought in. Auntie Yu and Auntie Xing had always been inseparable from the Hu family, and they spoke almost the same words. There were a few discrepancies, but that was within the normal range. Because if the two of them really said the same things, then they must have colluded. When it came to the measures that had worsened Song Jinning's living environment, Auntie Yu first said that it was Bai Jini's orders, but under Gu Nianji's questioning, she finally admitted that it was Luo Jialan who had relayed Bai Jini's medical advice. After Auntie Yu's testimony, she was taken out of courtroom number 1. Gu Nianji glanced at the judge and stood up to summarize her statement. By now, the situation is very clear. Luo Jialan did indeed intend to kill Song Jinning. This was not an accidental killing, nor was it a murderous act on a spur of the moment. It was a deliberate plot that had been delayed for many years. I request the court to give a fair trial and give my client a belated justice. The judge nodded and looked coldly at Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan. Do you have any new witnesses or evidence? If not, I think the court can already pass the sentence. Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan didn't say a word. Gu Nianji became nervous. Her large and dark eyes looked in the direction of Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan. There was a glimmer of light in her eyes, like a lonely tinder, burning stubbornly. It shouldn't be like this, she thought to herself that Kai Xingnan shouldn't only have these 2 tricks up her sleeve. She must have more tricks up her sleeve. Sure enough, Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan exchanged a look, as if they had made up their mind. She raised her head and said, "Your Honor, we still have new witnesses and evidence. We will submit them to the court immediately." The judge clasped his hands and looked at her expressionlessly for a moment before saying, "Sure." However, your client is a suspect of intentional homicide. According to the rules, after the first trial, she needs to be detained and guarded. Luo Jialan was shocked. Was this going to convict her and restrict her freedom? She looked at Kai Xingnan in panic and begged in a low voice, "Lawyer Kai, please help me. I don't want to be locked up." She didn't want to be convicted even more. Kai Xingnan had no choice. After the first round of trial, they hadn't expected Gu Nianji to counter their moves and overturn the first two plans they had drawn up in the blink of an eye. They were forced to come up with a third plan. This was also the last plan. If this plan didn't work, Kai Xingnan shook her head and refused to think further. It would definitely work. This was the ultimate plan they had prepared for Gu Nianji. Kai Xingnan pursed her lips. Her gaze swept past Gu Nianji's face and landed on Song Jining, who was sitting next to Gu Nianji. From her peerlessly beautiful face, she could vaguely see Hua Xiaoheng's handsome outline. Kai Xingnan closed her eyes and said to the judge, "May I ask how much the court's bail is? You can go to the office next door to complete the formalities." The judge didn't say how much the bail was. He closed the file and knocked on the gavel. "The first trial is over. When the defendant's lawyer submits new evidence, we will choose a day to retry the case." Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan left court number 1 with sullen faces and went to the office next door to pay the bail. Gu Nianji and Song Jining walked out of the courthouse together. Huo Guanchen stood in front of a military vehicle in front of the courthouse, waiting for them silently. He had a cigarette in his hand, and his expression was solemn as he stood straight. Seeing them come out, Huo Guanchen threw the cigarette in his hand into the trash can under the tree and walked up to them. "Jining, I'll take you back." He looked at Song Jining and said apologetically. Song Jining smiled and said politely, "No need to trouble yourself. Nianji can take me back." Gu Nianji had wanted to hide far away, but when Song Jining glanced at her, she didn't dare to move. She obediently stood by the side and became a cute third wheel. Huo Guanchen glanced at Gu Nianji and said kindly, "Nianji, it's all thanks to you today. If you're free on the weekends, come home with Xiaoheng more often." Gu Nianji had never heard such a pleasant tone from Huo Guanchen, so she was shocked. But after the shock, she understood that Huo Guanchen was beginning to accept her as his daughter-in-law. Although deep down, she didn't really care whether Huo Guanchen accepted her or not, there was no doubt that it was better if Huo Guanchen could accept her than if he didn't. This way, Hua Xiaoheng would be less worried and wouldn't be caught in a dilemma between his wife and father. Gu Nianji silently thought about Hua Xiaoheng's dilemma and couldn't help laughing secretly. She knew that this kind of dilemma would never happen to Hua Xiaoheng. If Huo Guanchen didn't accept Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng would never return to that home again. Gu Nianji knew that he had the confidence to do so. She smiled at Huo Guanchen. "Okay, I'll go back with Hua Xiao when I'm free." Huo Guanchen smiled at her and looked at Song Jining again. Song Jining also smiled politely and didn't keep him at arm's length. However, her distant and polite attitude made him feel worse than scolding, beating, or even rejecting him. Scolding, beating, and rejecting him actually meant that he still had a place in her heart. Now that she wasn't even angry, it was enough to show that the last bit of warmth she had for him had disappeared without a trace. The three of them stood awkwardly in front of the military vehicle in front of the courthouse. That was until a car horn broke the strange silence between them. Gu Nianji looked in the direction of the horn and saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng's car. She immediately sighed in relief and quickly said, "Hua Xiao is here." Huo Guanchen and Song Jining looked up at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng pushed open the car door and got out. He walked up to the three of them and nodded to Huo Guanchen. "You're here." He then asked Song Jining, "Do you want me to take you back?" Song Jining quickly agreed and politely bid farewell to Huo Guanchen. "We'll be leaving first. Goodbye." She got into Hu Xiaoheng's car without looking back. Gu Nianji said to Hu Xiaoheng, I drove too. It's in the parking lot. Hu Xiaoheng reached out to her. Give me the car keys. Gu Nianji took out the car keys and placed them in Hu Xiaoheng's palm. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and said to the car, Xiao Yi, go drive Nianji's car away. I'll send you the address. Hu Xiaoheng's car door opened again, and a tall, beautiful woman pushed the door open and got out. She had long wavy hair, and the ends of her hair were dyed burgundy, which made her skin look especially fair and delicate. Her figure was so busty that it was against the rules. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. Ah, where did this beautiful lady come from? She had never seen her before. Xiao Yi took Gu Nianji's car keys from Hu Xiaoheng and smiled at Gu Nianji. Okay, Chief. He then asked Gu Nianji, Miss Gu, is your car in the courthouse parking lot? Gu Nianji nodded and pointed her in the direction of the parking lot as she watched Xiao Yi walk gracefully towards the parking lot. Hu Xiao, is this your new hire? Gu Nianji asked curiously as Hu Xiaoheng shoved her into the car. Hu Xiaoheng buckled her seatbelt and said casually, it's not a new recruit. She has been training abroad and returned to the country a few days ago. She just returned from her vacation. Oh. Gu Nianji ignored it when she heard that it was Hu Xiaoheng's subordinate. She looked at Song Jining, who was sitting on the other side of her, and asked in a low voice, Miss Song, how are you? Are you tired? Do you want some water? Song Jining leaned against the car door and pondered. Nianji, can I not appear in court next time? This is today's second chapter, chapter 1361, Pretty Girl. It's the last month of 2017, please vote. It's 8:00 in the evening. I'll try my best to keep updating. Can you guys vote for the Major General? Thank you. Chapter 1372. Gu Nianji heard Song Jining say that she didn't want to appear in court anymore, so she didn't insist. She knew that this kind of thing wasn't something that ordinary people could handle, so she quickly said, Are you not feeling well? It's okay, you don't have to go next time. I can do it alone. Song Jining interrupted her and said with a smile, It's not because I'm not feeling well, it's because I think it's a waste of time. I've been in court for 3 whole hours today, and I can do several experiments. Gu Nianji, who had been a top student for many years, understood for the first time what it felt like to be a bad student. Nianji, this is a critical moment for the experiment. My time is really tight. Song Jining held Gu Nianji's hand apologetically. There's more and more magnetic field data, and I have a new idea. I'm using a computer program to miniaturize the experiment and plan to conduct a simulation experiment on the computer. Once the simulation experiment begins, the analyzer will run the program day and night without stopping for a moment. Gu Nianji's eyes turned red as she listened. However, she still nodded her head to show that she understood. Song Jining was amused by her little face. What's with that look? You didn't understand a single word, did you? Not really. I understood the last sentence. I can't stop for a moment. Gu Nianji smiled and hugged Song Jining's shoulder. It's okay, you can go do the experiment. Leave the matter of dealing with those little ghosts to me, the ghost hunter master, Gu Nianji. Song Jining laughed so hard that she bent over and said that her stomach hurt. The orderly driver, Fan Jian, who was sitting in the front, subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Hu Xiaoheng sitting upright in the back seat. His solemn eyes flashed with a satisfied smile. Sitting next to him was the woman he loved and the mother he respected. Hu Xiaoheng had never been a sentimental person, but at this moment, he only wished for the world to last forever and for time to pass without a trace. Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan spent more than an hour in the court and paid an astronomical sum of money to complete the bail procedures. Luo Zhelan's passport had been confiscated by the Special Operations Forces, and now her ID card and driver's license had been detained by the court. She could only stay in her own home in the capital and couldn't go anywhere. After leaving the court, the two of them sat in Kai Xingnan's car and didn't speak for a while. It wasn't until they left the court and got on the highway that Kai Xingnan said to Luo Zhelan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Have you thought it through? Do you really want to do this?" Luo Zhelan snorted and rested her elbow on the window. "Do you have a better idea?" Kai Xingnan turned the steering wheel and changed to the fast lane. She said lightly, "I do have a good idea, but you don't agree. You want me to plead guilty, how can I agree?" Luo Zhelan was so angry that she only pounded on the car window. "I said I want to plead not guilty. Not guilty. But in the current situation, the other party wants to mess with you. It will be difficult for you to be completely innocent." Kai Xingnan persuaded in a low voice, "We can plead guilty to a relatively minor crime in exchange for the other party's agreement not to pursue a felony like murder. Then, will I go to jail?" Luo Zhelan felt that it sounded reasonable, but not going to jail was her bottom line. "If you want me to go to jail, I might as well die," Luo Zhelan said angrily. Kai Xingnan looked ahead and said lightly, "Don't be so desperate. Plead guilty to a relatively minor crime. It's just my idea, the other party might not accept it." This was a common method in the United States. After discussing with the prosecutor, in order to avoid a lengthy trial that took up too much public resources, the defendant's lawyer would usually propose this compromise. However, that kind of situation was usually when the two sides were in a stalemate. If she wanted to achieve this situation, Kai Xingnan would have to argue the case dirty until the other party couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't continue to appear in court. Only then would she accept this method of pleading guilty to a minor crime and avoiding a felony. Luo Zhelan bit her lip and thought for a while. Finally, she said, "Let's try calling her first. She once gave me a number and said that if I had to, I could call this number. I didn't have to call it usually." Kai Xingnan nodded and said with a smile, "Yamaguchi Aiko. Okay, as long as she can help you." It sounded like that person was quite capable. Kai Xingnan also hoped that that person could appear so that the money laundering case could be closed at the same time. She must have a way. Luo Zhelan seemed to have a lot of trust in that person's ability. Kai Xingnan drove off the highway and arrived at the bustling downtown area. She stopped in front of a small grocery store. Luo Zhelan got out of the car, lowered her head, and walked quickly to the grocery store. "Excuse me, can I borrow your phone?" she said gently as she handed over a $100 bill. The owner of the grocery store took the money with a smile and said, $1 a minute. "Go ahead and call." Luo Zhelan didn't mind. She walked over, picked up the microphone, and started dialing. She had memorized the number a long time ago, but she had never dialed it because she trusted Yamaguchi Aiko, because she had never been forced to do so before. This time, she really had no choice, but no matter how she dialed, there was only a mechanical female voice reminding her that the number didn't exist. It was the same result dozens of times in a row. The string in Luo Zhelan's mind finally snapped. She returned to Kai Xingnan's car in a daze, covered her face with her hands, and cried hysterically. She lied to me. She lied to me. She was really using me. Kai Xingnan sighed softly and handed her a tissue. "Don't cry, it's not like we don't have a way. As long as you're willing." Luo Zhelan had no choice. She grabbed Kai Xingnan's hand like she was grabbing onto the last straw. She sobbed and said, "I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Then plead guilty to a misdemeanor and avoid a felony." Kai Xingnan made up her mind. "But this way, you won't be able to be with Hu Xiaoheng anymore. Is it worth it?" Luo Jialan thought about it and finally let out a long sigh. Lawyer Kai, can you communicate with him? Just say that as long as he agrees to leave Gu Nianji and drop the complaint, not only will I not charge him, but I'll also treat the trust fund as my dowry and share it with him. The final plan that she and Kai Xingnan had come up with was a devastating blow to Hu Xiaoheng. Kai Xingnan laughed. I'll communicate with Gu Nianji. It's useless to tell Hu Xiaoheng all this. The only person you can threaten is Gu Nianji. Really? Luo Jialan thought about it, then smiled and nodded. That's true. Then tell Gu Nianji. As long as she voluntarily breaks off the engagement with Xiaoheng, I won't press this charge. Whether she wants to protect Hu Xiaoheng's reputation, or if she's greedy and refuses to let go of a rich family, it'll probably be clear at a glance. The two of them drove away. After disappearing from the small road in front of the grocery store, an ordinary-looking man walked into the grocery store and looked at the grocery store owner's phone records. After finding the time and number of times Luo Jialan had called, the man sent an encrypted text message to his colleagues. The target dialed from phone number XXXXXXX at XXO, clock XX minute XX second. Check with the phone company to see what number was called. After Hu Xiaoheng sent Song Jining back to the Institute of High Energy Physics, he asked Gu Nianji, "Where are you going?" "I'm going back to Hepingli." Gu Nianji shook Hu Xiaoheng's hand. "There's still a tough battle to fight. I need to prepare the information." Hu Xiaoheng actually wanted her to go back to the official residence with him, but when he saw the dark circles under her eyes, he reached out his thumb and gently wiped the dark circles under her eyes. He nodded lightly. "Go back and have a good rest. Is there any food at home?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled sheepishly. "I'll order takeout." Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. "Let's go together. I'll get someone to deliver something." He called the orderlies at his official residence and asked them to deliver rice, noodles, oil, eggs, vegetables, mushrooms, and shrimp to Gu Nianji, as well as home-cooked dishes such as fresh fish, scallops, ham, green beans, beef, and pork. After returning, Gu Nianji went to the bathroom to take a shower. Hu Xiaoheng waited for a while, and when everything was delivered, he went to the kitchen to cook for her. The meal was ready, but Gu Nianji still hadn't come out. "Nianji." Hu Xiaoheng called out a few times, but no one responded. His heart tightened, and he rushed to the bedroom. He kicked open the bathroom door, only to see Gu Nianji asleep in the bathtub. Under the clear water, her seductive body was faintly discernible, and rose petals were floating on the surface of the water. Hu Xiaoheng relaxed and picked her up from the bathtub with a smile. He wiped her dry before waking her up. While the two of them were eating, Hu Xiaoheng received a call from his subordinate. "Major General Hu, after Luo Jialan came out of the court today, she went to a very remote grocery store and made a phone call. She called the same number dozens of times." Hu Xiaoheng put down his chopsticks and asked expressionlessly. "What number? Who is the other party?" "It's an invalid number." No one picked up. This is the third update of the day, Chapter 1362, Invalid Number. It's the last month of 2017, asking for monthly votes. I'll try my best to keep updating. Can you guys vote for the Major General? Thank you. Chapter 1373. Another invalid number. Hu Xiaoheng remained calm and asked, "What's the number?" His subordinate reported the number to him. It was another 4-digit number, and it was claimed to be an international number, because according to their telecommunications tracking, it was confirmed that this call had indeed been made through the submarine cable, all the way to the other side of the ocean. But after reaching the other side of the ocean, it was cut off. Because there was no such number on the other side. Hu Xiaoheng's expression didn't change in the slightest. He said indifferently, "Continue monitoring." Report to me immediately if anything happens. Yes, Chief. The other side hung up. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji thoughtfully. Gu Nianji finished a sumptuous breakfast and dinner and felt extremely comfortable. She got up and walked up and down the hall, counting her steps as she went. Hu Xiaoheng placed the utensils in the dishwasher in the kitchen and filled it with dishwasher detergent. He adjusted the program and started the dishwasher. He also went to the bathroom to take a shower. While he was in Gu Nianji's bedroom, he logged on to the Special Operations Force's website to read his work emails for a while. Half an hour later, he came out of the bedroom and saw Gu Nianji still spinning around in the living room. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He picked up a military magazine and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Crossing his legs, he flipped through the magazine and asked calmly, "What are you doing? Aren't you tired after walking for half an hour?" "I ate too much, so I can't sit down immediately after eating. I need to exercise more, or else my tummy will get bigger." Gu Nianji rubbed her tummy with some distress. "I seem to have put on some weight recently." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her waist. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he said, "It's okay." She looked at the magazine in front of her. The black words and colorful pictures swayed in front of her, but she couldn't bear to look at them. After a while, Hu Xiaoheng put down the military magazine in his hand and walked to the window. He crossed his arms and leaned against the windowsill. He carefully looked at Gu Nianji, who was still pacing in the living room, and suddenly asked, "Is your period normal?" Gu Nianji looked up at him in surprise. "It's normal. It's extremely accurate, not a day off. I just came here a few days ago." "What's wrong?" He had just been here a few days ago, therefore, it was definitely not the case. Hu Xiaoheng looked away with mixed feelings. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was happier or more disappointed. He stopped thinking about it and walked to Gu Nianji's side. "It's useless to just walk if you want to reduce your belly size. Then what should we do?" "Do push-ups. Do 20 standard push-ups at a time. Inhale and suck in your abdomen. Do a total of 5 sets. I guarantee that you won't have a small belly." Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and blinked twice. "Really? It's so effective." She found a yoga mat and laid it on the floor. Then, she lay down and did too. Hu Xiaoheng watched as her slender waist collapsed like a spoon, making the lines of her back and hips extremely alluring. He was a little annoyed, but he still corrected her from the side, "Use more strength in your waist. It can't be soft and floppy." He patted Gu Nianji's waist. With a smack, Gu Nianji was sent sprawling on the ground. "What are you doing?" Gu Nianji was furious. She raised her head and wanted to retort, but she saw Hu Xiaoheng looking down at her with a faint smile on his lips. It was like the morning sun shining through the cracks in the clouds. Gu Nianji's anger instantly melted like a snow lion under the sun. Her eyes darted around. She propped herself up from the yoga mat and sat on the ground hugging her knees. She said, "It's useless. I don't think this method can reduce my belly size." "How is it useless?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. "That's because you didn't do it well." As he spoke, he stretched his muscles and bones, then lay down. He propped his hands on Gu Nianji's yoga mat and began to do push-ups. Gu Nianji counted for him from the side. When she counted to 10, Gu Nianji suddenly jumped up and lay on Hu Xiaoheng's back. She hugged his neck and said proudly, do it again. Let's see how well you can do these push-ups with me on your back." Hu Xiaoheng's back sank, and he was indeed caught off guard. But he quickly steadied his arm and said, "Continue counting." As he spoke, he carried Gu Nianji on his back and continued to do push-ups. His back was still as straight as a straight line, even though he was carrying someone on his back. Gu Nianji hugged his neck and went up and down on his back. She found that this person did push-ups with someone on his back like a game. It didn't take him any effort at all. The toughness of his back and the strength of his arms were truly heaven-defying. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed, and she suddenly felt playful. She suddenly moved one hand away and quietly went under Hu Xiaoheng's armpit. She exerted force with her 5 fingers and scratched the itchy flesh under his armpit. This sudden attack almost caused Hu Xiaoheng to flip over. He quickly calmed himself down and tensed up all the muscles in his body. When Gu Nianji scratched again, she found that Hu Xiaoheng's armpit was also hard. When she scratched again with her hand, it was like an egg hitting a rock. Her fingertips ached from the scratching. "You're cheating," Gu Nianji muttered softly. She rolled down from Hu Xiaoheng's back and lay on the floor beside him, panting slightly. Hu Xiaoheng supported himself with his arms and calmed down for a while. He turned his head and saw Gu Nianji lying beside him. He looked at her silently for a while, then leaned over and kissed her gently. Gu Nianji kissed him and felt something. She reached out to hug him. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her in his arms and sat up from the ground. He let her lie on his lap and leaned her upper body against the crook of his arm. He held her head and kissed her deeply again. The next morning, Hu Xiaoheng woke up very early. After going out for morning exercise, he bought 2 breakfasts and walked back with them. Xiao Yi stood at the door at the bottom of the building waiting for him with a smile. "Ha! You're here." Hu Xiaoheng greeted her. Xiao Yi handed Gu Nianji's car keys back to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng took the car keys and asked her, "Why did you only deliver the keys today?" Xiao Yi whispered. "You were at Miss Gu's house yesterday. I was afraid to disturb you." After she drove Gu Nianji's car over yesterday, she had wanted to wait for Hu Xiaoheng to leave before delivering the keys. She didn't want to disturb the two of them. She didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to go in and not come out until this morning. Hu Xiaoheng grunted and said pleasantly, "Xiao Yi, since you're here, I'll tell you directly. After you came back this time, your mother begged me to let you stay in the country for a while longer." "Ha!" Xiao Yi was very embarrassed and quickly said, "Chief, don't listen to my mother's nonsense. She doesn't know anything. I like to go out into the field. You can send me anywhere else." Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Let's go upstairs first. Have you had breakfast?" Xiao Yi cleverly looked at the breakfast in Hu Xiaoheng's hand. There was only 2 servings, so she quickly said, "I've eaten. I've eaten since I woke up early in the morning." Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and looked at her. He said calmly, "You've eaten? You stayed in the parking lot all night, right? Where did you have breakfast?" Xiao Yi's face turned red. She smiled embarrassedly. "Chief, I didn't. You're still lying in front of me." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. "You smell like the perfume in Nianji's car. This proves that you've been in her car for at least 6 hours. Your hair and face are both oily. You probably haven't showered or washed your hair all night. Also, your stomach growled twice just now. You just came out of the parking lot and didn't have breakfast, right?" Xiao Yi was both embarrassed and convinced. She was also glad that she had chewed a piece of gum when she got out of the car in the morning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to talk to anyone else. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a face full of admiration. "Chief, you're too amazing. Not a single clue can escape your sharp eyes." Xiao Yi was so impressed that she prostrated herself in admiration. Hu Xiaoheng handed her the breakfast in his hand. "Take it up and wait for me at the door. I'll be right back." Xiao Yi didn't dare disobey the order. Hu Xiaoheng pressed the elevator floor for her and let her go up. He went out to buy another breakfast. By the time he returned to Gu Nianji's floor, Xiao Yi had already been waiting there for more than 10 minutes. Hua Xiaoheng opened Gu Nianji's door and invited Xiao Yi in. Xiao Yi was still a little embarrassed and said, "Why don't I not go in? I still have something to do in the department." Hua Xiaoheng pulled her in and closed the door. He said seriously, "Come in if I tell you to. I have a mission for you." When Hua Xiaoheng said that he had a mission, Xiao Yi immediately didn't stand on ceremony with him. After entering Gu Nianji's small suite, Xiao Yi looked straight ahead and stood at attention. "Chief, please give the order." Hua Xiaoheng placed 3 servings of breakfast on the dining room table. "Come and have breakfast. We'll talk while we eat." Xiao Yi followed him to the dining room and sat down. She didn't see Gu Nianji come in and asked, "Where's Miss Gu?" "Still sleeping. She was exhausted yesterday and won't get up until noon today." Xiao Yi nodded. "I heard that Miss Gu is quite good at lawsuits. Did she win again yesterday?" Hua Xiaoheng said casually, "That's her profession." There was a hint of pride in his tone. Xiao Yi couldn't help looking up at him. "Chief, when do you plan to get your wedding certificate?" Hua Xiaoheng took out the soup dumplings and placed them on the plate. He smiled and said, "There are too many things to prepare. It'll be next year at the earliest." Actually, it was because of Zhao Liangzi and Bai Shuang that Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang had decided to postpone the wedding for a year. "Congratulations, Chief." Xiao Yi beamed. "I'll give you a big red packet when the time comes. Does Miss Gu need a bridesmaid? I can recommend myself." Hua Xiaoheng's brows relaxed at the mention of the wedding, and his smile gradually grew. "You reminded me that I'm worried about those guys. Since you're back, I'll leave Nianji to you. Help me take good care of her." "Huh?" Xiao Yi was surprised. "Me?" "Yes." Hua Xiaoheng whispered about Gu Nianji's situation. Because her father is still missing, there are a lot of people watching her. Hua Xiaoheng remembered that every time something happened to Gu Nianji, the ubiquitous invalid number would appear. A faint haze covered Hua Xiaoheng's brows. "Xiao Yi, I'm confident in your abilities. I'll leave Nianji's personal safety for the next year to you." Xiao Yi listened attentively and was very sympathetic to Gu Nianji's predicament. She quickly said, "Don't worry, Chief. I promise to complete the mission." Gu Nianji actually had a lot of security guards around her, but Hua Xiaoheng was still worried. He had always wanted to find her another personal bodyguard. A man definitely wouldn't do, and there wasn't a suitable woman for the time being. It wasn't until Xiao Yi returned that he was relieved to hand Gu Nianji over to her. "I'll tell Nianji later that you'll follow her and be her personal assistant to the public." Hua Xiaoheng quickly asked the Special Operations Forces to make another set of identity documents for Xiao Yi. "This place is too small. I'll ask Nianji to move to the apartment on the 3rd Ring Road. It's bigger there, so you can follow her in." As the name implied, a personal bodyguard had to be like a shadow to be called a personal bodyguard. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1363, Like a Shadow. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, MOMO Sure, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you. Chapter 1374. Yes, Chief. Xiao Yi nodded seriously. "I will use my life to protect Miss Gu's safety." Hua Xiaoheng looked at Xiao Yi and said lightly, "I believe in you." She was one of the best female field agents in the Special Operations Forces. Not only was she outstanding, but she was also quick-witted and had a kind and loyal personality. Now that she had returned to the team, she could be put to good use. After they finished talking about work, they started to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Yi went back to pack her things and prepared to be Gu Nianji's personal assistant. Of course, her real identity was actually her personal bodyguard. Hu Xiaoheng took out his computer and worked in the living room while waiting for Gu Nianji to wake up. Gu Nianji slept until noon. When he woke up, he saw that the room was filled with sunlight. He squinted his eyes and slowly sat up. The room was quiet. The thick, dark green curtains were pulled open, leaving only a layer of white gauze inside. The sunlight shone through the layer of white gauze. Gu Nianji assumed that Hu Xiaoheng had already gone back, so she casually put on her robe and walked to the bathroom. Hu Xiaoheng heard the noise from outside and opened the bedroom door to see Gu Nianji in her nightgown. She turned around and stared at him blankly. Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he said hoarsely, "Get dressed." Only then did Gu Nianji realize what was going on. She let out a low cry and quickly fastened the strap of her robe. She whispered, "You're still here. Okay." Hu Xiaoheng turned around. "I'll heat up the xilongbao and porridge for you this morning." Gu Nianji smiled and said, "That's great. I just wanted to eat. I don't want to have a proper lunch." She went to the bathroom to wash up, then took a shower and washed her hair before coming out to eat. Hu Xiaoheng had already started eating lunch at the dining table. In front of Gu Nianji was a bowl of plain porridge, a plate of steamed dumplings with tofu skin, shrimp and vermicelli filling, and milk. Gu Nianji sat down and quietly finished everything in front of her. Hu Xiaoheng had also finished his lunch. As he cleaned up the cutlery, he said, "Pack your things later. I'll send you to the apartment on the 3rd Ring Road." Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. "Why? I'm living well here." Hu Xiaoheng didn't hide it from her and said honestly, "I'm worried about you living here alone. Do you still remember the invalid number that Luo Jialan contacted yesterday?" Gu Nianji frowned slightly. "The 4-digit international number?" "Yes." Like Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng also had a beast-like instinct for danger. He said, "Either you come with me to the official residence, or you move to the apartment on the 3rd Ring Road. You can't live here alone anymore." He couldn't be here with her every day. It was unrealistic. Gu Nianji thought about it and said reluctantly, "I'm currently in a lawsuit with Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan. It's not suitable for me to stay at your official residence for a long time. Then we'll go to the San Juan apartment." Hu Xiaoheng decided for her. "I found you a personal assistant. She will stay with you while I am away. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Gu Nianji was even more surprised and amused. "Personal assistant? Seriously? Hu Xiao, I just started working. Why would I need a personal assistant? People will gossip about me behind my back. You still care about other people gossiping?" Hu Xiaoheng was amused. "She's called a personal assistant, but she's actually a personal bodyguard I found for you to protect your safety." Gu Nianji, "Hu Xiao, I'm very safe here. Don't you think I need a personal bodyguard? Besides, haven't you given me enough security personnel?" Gu Nianji sat on Hu Xiaoheng's lap and acted coquettishly. "I already have no personal freedom. Do you still want me to have no personal privacy? Compared to your life, none of that is important." Hu Xiaoheng kissed her lips. "Be good. When I find out about that invalid number, I'll remove your personal bodyguard, okay?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "Hu Xiaoheng, is the personal bodyguard you found for me a man or a woman?" "Of course it's a woman." Hu Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. "Do you think I can let a man live with you every day?" "But Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe used to live with me." Gu Nianji poked Hu Xiaoheng's iron-hard chest with her finger and said unhappily, "What do you mean?" "You were still young at that time, and I trusted Big Xiong and Little Zhe." Hu Xiaoheng held her messy finger. "But now Big Xiong and Little Zhe both have their missions and can't leave. This female bodyguard is no worse than them." "Ha! She's that powerful?" Gu Nianji's interest was piqued. You mean, she's also your subordinate? Yes, you've met her once. It's Xiao Yi. Do you remember her? Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's expression carefully. Gu Nianji immediately remembered the pretty girl she saw yesterday. Ha! No way. It's her. How powerful is she? Is she as powerful as Miss Lena from Russia? Among the people Gu Nianji had met, other than Hu Xiaoheng, she admired the Russian KGB woman the most. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was a little strange. You mean Lena? Yeah, it's such a pity. Why did she die? Gu Nianji rested her head gently on Hu Xiaoheng's chest and wrapped her arms around his waist. It's too dangerous for you guys to do this. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her and gently rested his chin on the top of her head. After a while, he said, she's very powerful as Lena from Russia. Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. That means she's even more powerful than Miss Lena. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't keep up with her train of thought. Gu Nianji smiled and pinched Hu Xiaoheng's face with her hands. She pulled them apart and said, because she's prettier than Lena. That's why you're stronger than her. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Hu Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's back and asked her to come down. Let's go and pack. If I don't go to your place for the next few days, Xiao Yi will stay with you. Gu Nianji thought about it and decided it was just like having a roommate. There was nothing wrong with that. She and Ma Qiqi lived happily on campus. Okay. Gu Nianji agreed. I'll go pack. Fortunately, summer is coming, and the clothes are thin and easy to clean up. However, although the clothes were thin, there were more sets. Gu Nianji casually took out 4 large suitcases of clothes. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He helped her carry the suitcases into the car and sent her to the apartment on Sanhuan Road, which was more private and safer than here. Gu Nianji stood at the door of the high-end apartment on Sanhuan Road and looked up. Gu Yanran's apartment is upstairs. Hu Xiaoheng said lightly, she bought it with the Gu family's money. It doesn't belong to her anymore. Gu Nianji would be able to take over all of the Gu family's assets once the announcement of Gu Xiangwen's death expired. However, Gu Nianji didn't feel happy at all. Her head drooped as she followed Hu Xiaoheng in silently. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed her head. Don't be unhappy. Your father definitely wouldn't want you to be like this. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. Hu Xiaoheng had already sent someone to clean the apartment. Gu Nianji took out the clothes and daily necessities she had brought with her suitcase and placed them in the closet and bathroom. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng received a call from General Ji asking him to go to the military for an impromptu meeting. He called In Shixiang and asked him to buy some groceries from the special supply store in the military compound. In Shixiang quickly agreed and bought some vegetables, fruits, seafood, and meat that Gu Nianji liked. He drove to Gu Nianji's apartment on Sanhuan Road. The doorbell rang. Gu Nianji thought it was Xiao Yi. She looked through the peephole and saw that it was In Shixiang. She opened the door happily and said, Brother Xiong. Why are you here? In Shixiang was carrying 2 big bags of things. He smiled and said, Major General Hu ordered me to come. I didn't dare not come. Humph. As expected, when you have a fiancé, you threw me, your good friend, aside. Gu Nianji pretended to be angry. In Shixiang knew that she was joking. He smiled and freed a hand to flick her forehead. All right, stop fooling around. Major General Hu asked me to buy groceries to cook for you. Where's the kitchen? I'll go wash the vegetables. Gu Nianji pointed in the direction of the kitchen and followed In Shixiang to ask questions. Brother Xiong, did you know that Major General Hu found me a personal assistant called Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi. Yin Shixiang turned around and narrowed his eyes at her. Is she our colleague? Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, I just met her yesterday. She's so beautiful. But Major General Hua said that she's even more powerful than the Russian woman from the KGB. I really don't believe it. She couldn't bear to hurt him in front of Hua Xiaoheng just now. Yin Shixiang couldn't help laughing. Don't doubt me. She's just that powerful. Really? Gu Nianji's big eyes widened even more. Her pupils were big and round, and they were very pure black. The whites of her eyes were slightly blue, and she looked unconsciously charming when she looked at people. Let me tell you something. She used to have a nickname in our base. She was called Night Owl. You should know how powerful she is now, right? Among a group of smart and powerful men from the Special Operations Forces, it was really unusual for a woman like Xiao Yi to have the nickname Night Owl. Gu Nianji was convinced and praised her from the side, but Yin Shixiang began to mutter. He had sent the famous Night Owl of the Special Operations Forces to be Gu Nianji's personal assistant. Could it be that Gu Nianji's situation was even more dangerous than before? As Yin Shixiang washed and cut the vegetables, he nagged at Gu Nianji, you have to be careful these days. Don't run around alone. Since you've given Night Owl to be your personal assistant, don't be too naughty. Remember to be obedient and take her with you wherever you go. Do I have to take her with me to the Special Operations Forces headquarters? Gu Nianji deliberately argued with Yin Shixiang. You have to ask Major General Hua about that. I don't have the final say. Yin Shixiang glanced at her slyly. He quickly finished cutting the vegetables and began to cook. You go out first. I'm going to cook. Can't I watch from the side? I want to learn too. No. Yin Shixiang didn't even turn his head. I'm afraid that if you stand by the side, these flames will recognize you and want to greet you and play games. He was talking about the last time she had cooked at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence and almost burned down the kitchen. Gu Nianji was so angry that she pinched Yin Shixiang's arm. Brother Xiong, you're so mean. I'm going to complain to Chi-Chi. Forget it. If you tell Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi will definitely advise you to cherish your life and stay away from the kitchen. Yin Shixiang said with a mischievous smile. Go out, go out. I'll be done soon. Gu Nianji walked towards the kitchen door, looking back 3 times at every step. She suddenly remembered something and asked, Brother Xiong, does that Night Owl know how to cook? Yes, our colleagues in the Special Operations Forces are all good at cooking. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1364, that's how amazing. 8 p.m., the third update. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes, thank you. Chapter 1375. Thank you. P.S. Today's second chapter, Chapter 1364, That's How Awesome, has been updated at 1 p.m. You can see it if you scroll forward. Chapter 1376. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. Miss Xiao Yi was not only beautiful, she could fight and cause trouble, but she was also a good cook. She had taken advantage of her. In the evening, Xiao Yi carried a travel bag to the entrance of Gu Nianji's apartment complex. When she asked the property management to call Gu Nianji personally went down to pick her up. At the entrance of the apartment complex, a reserved woman wearing big black-rimmed glasses and a rubber band to tie her black hair behind her head appeared in front of Gu Nianji. Her skin was relatively fair, but it wasn't the kind of tender white that she had seen yesterday. Instead, it was a cold porcelain white without a trace of blood. Her lips were also pale, and her big black-rimmed glasses covered her bright eyes. Her thick bangs covered her perfectly shaped forehead, and her entire attractiveness was severely reduced. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, "You're Xiao Yi?" It's me. Miss Gu, why did you come to pick me up personally?" "I'll go in myself," Xiao Yi said quickly. She even had an accent. "Was this cosplay?" "Miss Xiao, nice to meet you." Gu Nianji quickly came back to her senses and extended her hand warmly. Xiao Yi smiled and shook her hand. "Miss Gu, you're too polite. It's my honor to be your personal assistant." She was polite and her smile was even a little flattering. Her body was slightly bent and her legs were bent. She looked a little shorter than Gu Nianji. She looked like a little assistant who was at the mercy of others. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with admiration. She had grown up in the Special Operations Forces base and was very familiar with them. She knew that these Special Operations Forces members were all either best actors or best actresses. Real actors were nothing compared to them. Because actors couldn't act well, at most they wouldn't be popular and wouldn't be able to act. And if they couldn't act well, they would die. Just like Xiao Yi in front of her. When she saw her yesterday, she was still a fashionable woman. When she saw her again a day later, if Hu Xiaoheng hadn't told her in advance, she wouldn't have been able to connect her with the beautiful lady from yesterday. "Come with me." Gu Nianji turned around and walked towards her apartment building. When she arrived at her floor, Gu Nianji opened the door and said to Xiao Yi, "Make yourself at home." "How can I do that?" Xiao Yi smiled even more obsequiously. She carried her travel bag and followed Gu Nianji to the guest room to settle down. Yin Shixiang cooked for Gu Nianji and waited for her to finish eating before he chatted with her. When Xiao Yi arrived, he stood up and said with a smile, "Yi Xiao, long time no see." Xiao Yi straightened her back and rolled her eyes. "Who is this gentleman?" "I don't know him." "Ha ha ha ha. Of course not. I don't know you either." "Where did this village girl come from?" "Nianji, where did you find this clown?" Yin Shixiang winked and picked up his car keys. "I'm leaving, you guys have fun." After Yin Shixiang left, only Gu Nianji and Xiao Yi were left in the empty apartment. Gu Nianji was very curious about Xiao Yi, but she knew that she shouldn't ask about things that she shouldn't. She could only pretend as if nothing had happened and knock on the door of Xiao Ye's guest room. "Miss Xiao, have you had dinner?" Xiao Yi opened the door and smiled at Gu Nianji. "You don't have to call me Miss Xiao. Just call me Xiao Yi." Gu Nianji was embarrassed. "Can I call you by your real name?" "Sure, not many people know anyway." Xiao Yi smiled good-naturedly. "Just remember that I'm your personal assistant. Don't worry about me, and don't stand on ceremony." At the mention of dinner, Xiao Ye's eyes flashed. "Have you had dinner?" Gu Nianji shook her head, but said, "I had lunch late, so I'm not hungry now." "I'm worried that you're hungry." She pointed to the kitchen and said, "There's rice and vegetables there. If you're hungry, go make your own food." Xiao Yi pursed her lips into a smile and whispered, "Got it, Miss Gu. You can tell me what you want to eat. Don't go to the kitchen yourself." Gu Nianji's eyes widened. You know too. How terrible. Had her reputation as a kitchen killer spread so far? Didn't Xiao Yi just come back from abroad? Gu Nianji was indignant. Xiao Yi looked at Gu Nianji's little face and thought it was especially cute. Thinking of her situation, even she couldn't help feeling pity for this little girl. "Know what? I don't know anything." Xiao Yi made a zipping motion over her mouth with her hand to show that she was tight-lipped and wouldn't talk nonsense. Gu Nianji teased her with a smile. "What are you doing? Those who don't know you might think you're a zipper." As a veteran field agent of the Special Operations Forces, wasn't it a piece of cake for Xiao Yi to deal with a little girl like Gu Nianji? She quickly got along with Gu Nianji, and after an hour, they became best friends. The two of them chatted until their mouths were dry before Gu Nianji went back to her room to drink some water and eat some snacks. Xiao Yi stayed with Gu Nianji just like that. Gu Nianji had nothing to do recently, so she was mainly preparing for Song Jinning's lawsuit against Luo Zhelan. The court hadn't sent any news about the second trial, so Gu Nianji was getting a little impatient. The key was that she wouldn't be able to return to work in the Senate until this matter was settled. Fortunately, Xiao Yi accompanied her. The two of them went out for a run in the morning for morning exercise. After breakfast, they either played games together or went shopping. They had a very comfortable time. Playing games with Xiao Yi was the best. Her heaven-defying hand speed helped Gu Nianji win without doing anything. Soon, she went from stubborn bronze to the strongest king. That day, Gu Nianji finished playing games and rubbed her fingers. She planned to take a shower and go to bed early. She planned to go to the court tomorrow and ask what was going on. It had been almost a week. Had Kai Xingnan submitted their new evidence? She pushed open her door and walked out. She knocked on the door of Xiao Ye's room and said, "Xiao Yi, I want to go to bed early today. I won't play games with you anymore." Xiao Yi opened the door and said with a smile, "You're sleeping so early today." The two of them had been playing almost until dawn these past few days. "Yes, I've been up for a few days. I really can't take it anymore. I have to go to bed early today." Gu Nianji nodded. "Xiao Yi, you should go to bed early too. It's been hard on you these past few days." "How is this hard?" "It's like I'm on vacation now." Xiao Yi tilted her head and smiled. "Hurry up and go to bed. The dark circles under your eyes are all coming out." Gu Nianji yawned and returned to her bedroom. She walked to the bathroom in the bedroom. At that moment, her phone rang. Gu Nianji subconsciously looked at her watch. It was only 8:00 in the evening. Had she gone to bed too early? She walked over and picked up the phone. It was He Jichu calling. She quickly swiped it open and picked it up. "Professor He." Gu Nianji was elated. He Jichu was in a great mood when he heard Gu Nianji's voice. He curled his lips and asked, "What are you doing?" "I was about to take a shower and then go to bed. I didn't expect you to call." Gu Nianji yawned. "Are you sleepy?" "Didn't sleep well." He Jichu was very sharp. "Why don't you go to bed?" "I'm fine. I just wanted to ask how your lawsuit is going. I still have to wait for the next court session." Gu Nianji became unhappy. "Kai Xingnan said that they still have evidence, but I've been waiting for almost a week, and there's still no movement from the court." "Okay, don't be impatient. Kai Xingnan and Luo Zhelan probably don't have any other important evidence. They're just stalling for time." He Jichu comforted Gu Nianji for a while before hanging up. He wanted Gu Nianji to sleep well. But as soon as he hung up, another call came in. Gu Nianji looked at the number and saw that it was Kai Xingnan's number. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1365, Role Play. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1377. Why was Kai Xingnan looking for her so late at night? Gu Nianji muttered to herself, but she was also curious. She picked up the phone anyway. "Hello, who is this?" She pretended not to know whose number it was. Kai Xingnan paused and said pleasantly, "Lawyer Gu. I'm Kai Xingnan. I represent my client and want to talk to you about pleading guilty." Kai Xingnan immediately said, "Plead guilty." Gu Nianji, who had wanted to hang up the phone immediately, instantly became wide awake. What did you say? Your client wants to plead guilty. Why are you looking for me instead of the court? Gu Nianji sat at her desk and turned on her laptop. She was no longer in a hurry to go to sleep. Kai Xingnan seemed to laugh and said, pleading guilty, of course it's a misdemeanor. Lawyer Gu, are you not familiar with this kind of operation? I'm really not familiar with it. Gu Nianji smiled. I'm not practicing in the United States, so I don't know how you operate. Kai Xingnan heard the faint mockery in Gu Nianji's words, so she chuckled nonchalantly and said, now you can understand. After a few seconds, Kai Xingnan's voice deepened. Before you agree or object, I want to tell you something. Before we talk about this, I want you to turn off all recording and monitoring devices and turn on the software that blocks the monitoring. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't do this, you'll regret it. Gu Nianji was baffled. Are you threatening me? Sorry, I never accept threats. Do whatever you want, I'm hanging up. You really don't mind. Even if this matter will ruin your fiancé's reputation, you don't care. Gu Nianji's finger almost pressed the stop button. She paused, raised the phone to her ear, and said in a flat voice, what did you say? Turn off the recording and surveillance equipment and block all surveillance software. I'll tell you. Believe me, I don't want your fiancé's reputation to be ruined either, but if I have no other choice, I have no choice. After all, he's not my fiancé. It's not my place to protect him. Kai Xingnan shrugged and made a victory sign to Luo Zhelan, who was listening in front of her. Luo Zhelan pursed her lips and smiled. There was a strange excitement and stimulation in her heart. Gu Nianji hesitated for a second, then decisively turned off the recording device and turned on the monitoring software on her phone. This was a small app that she had specially written after discovering that He Zhichu had hacked into her phone. This little app referenced He Zhichu's techniques and used reverse programming logic to analyze it. The final product was unbelievably powerful. Gu Nianji didn't tell anyone. She didn't want to block other people's surveillance. She just wanted to maintain some privacy when she needed it. Just like now. To be on the safe side, she said to Kai Xingnan, send me your location. I want to know if you're lying to me. Kai Xingnan didn't suspect anything and shared her location. Gu Nianji hacked into Kai Xingnan's phone through the back door of the location-sharing app and included her phone in her little app that blocked surveillance. This would ensure that no one on Kai Xingnan's side knew what they had said. This was Kai Xingnan's home. Although there were surveillance cameras around Luo Zhelan, it wasn't enough to send them to Kai Xingnan's home. Therefore, as long as Luo Zhelan didn't use her phone, the people monitoring the Special Operations Forces wouldn't know about their phone call. Gu Nianji checked repeatedly to make sure that no one else could eavesdrop on their conversation before saying, if it's such an important topic, what about you? Will it be monitored? Kai Xingnan smiled. Of course not. I've checked this place many times. Other than this phone, I don't even have the internet in my room. Gu Nianji nodded. Tell me, what's the big deal? Okay. Kai Xingnan glanced at Luo Zhelan and saw that her face was flushed with excitement. She looked away in disdain and said to Gu Nianji, my client gave me a new piece of evidence. Before we hand it over to the court, I think I should communicate it with you. What new evidence? Didn't you just say it had something to do with my fiancé? Gu Nianji frowned. Are you lying to me? Of course not. Kai Xingnan stood up, turned off the hands-free, and put on her Bluetooth headset. She said to Gu Nianji, my client told me something that happened 12 years ago. Gu Nianji, are you telling a story? Why are you keeping me guessing? Hurry up and make it short. Gu Nianji was getting impatient. My patience is limited. Okay, then I'll make it short. Kai Xingnan walked slowly to the window and looked at the night view outside. The night in the mountains was pitch black, and only the starry sky was extremely bright. She looked up at the night sky and said lightly, 12 years ago, on the eve of your fiancé's enlistment, he was drunk and violated my client. That year, my client was only 16 years old. Gu Nianji's mind buzzed, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in her mind. A mushroom cloud filled the sky, blotting out the sun and almost causing her consciousness to go into shock. After a long while, Gu Nianji stood up angrily and gritted her teeth. Kai Xingnan. Don't be too despicable. How dare you make up such a rumor? Where's the witness? Where's the physical evidence? Don't think that you can violate me just because you say so. Show me the evidence. My client clearly stated the time, place, people, and the entanglement between the two of them after the incident. Also, Kai Xingnan deliberately paused for a moment, like a cat playing with a mouse. She enjoyed Gu Nianji's unspeakable anxiety, hatred, and anger, then said, also, my client still has evidence, physical evidence. It must be fake. Gu Nianji denied the authenticity of the evidence without hesitation. I never had any expectations for Luo Zhaolan's character, and now I have no expectations for your professional integrity, Lawyer Kai. Lawyer Gu, you haven't even seen the evidence. How can you deny it immediately? Kai Xingnan crossed her arms and looked down at a tightly sealed dress on the windowsill. Through the translucent plastic seal, she could clearly see that the dress was red with white flowers. It was made of silk, but there were lumps of sticky filth on it that were visible to the naked eye. Really? Then tell me, what kind of evidence did you fake? I don't know if it was fake or not. Kai Xingnan turned around and sat on the windowsill with a smile on her face. I have a silk dress that's been sealed in plastic. There are visible semen spots on it. You don't need me to tell you who it is, do you? Gu Nianji was so angry that she almost laughed. Tell Luo Zhaolan that she wants to learn from Lewinsky. My fiancé isn't a zipper ton either, so you guys can save it. If you have the ability, hand the evidence over to the court and let the court test the DNA. I don't believe that lousy dress has anything to do with my fiancé. Lawyer Gu, why are you so sure? Kai Xingnan asked curiously. As far as I know, you only met your fiancé 7 years ago, but Luo Zhaolan has known your fiancé for almost a lifetime. Yes, if Luo Zhaolan only plans to live until she's 28, then she has indeed known my fiancé for a lifetime. Gu Nianji said sarcastically, I won't be threatened by you. I believe in my fiancé's character. And if this dress was real, you would have handed it over to the court a long time ago. You wouldn't have waited until now to make a deal with me. I'm not that stupid. If you want to threaten me, think of another way. Kai Xingnan secretly praised Gu Nianji's quick-wittedness, but if Gu Nianji really thought so, she was indeed too naive. Kai Xingnan's voice was flat as she said word by word, yes, we will hand it over to the court, but we will also announce it on Weibo at the same time. Gu Nianji's voice suddenly stopped. Her throat felt like it was being strangled by someone, and she couldn't breathe for a long time. Kai Xingnan said meaningfully, Lawyer Gu, do you understand what this means? A high-ranking military official violated a minor 12 years ago, and this minor was his cousin. Lawyer Gu, do you think the netizens will give up on such an explosive and sensational subject matter? Gu Nianji opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say anything to refute. You and I both know that as long as this matter is announced on the internet, so what if it's fake? Kai Xingnan scoffed. Most people are brainless. There are also many people who want the world to be in chaos and are afraid that this society isn't dark enough. They will only immediately believe such sensational topics and give you more and darker inside stories. Then, they will chase after you to prove it yourself. As for what the truth is it important to them? Don't tell me you don't know that every Weibo post that starts a rumor is much more reposted than a Weibo post that refutes the rumor, right? Gu Nianji's hands were trembling, and it wasn't easy for her to control her voice to not tremble. She suppressed her anger and said calmly, "But if you fake it, the court won't accept it. I will even countersue you for perjury. What's the point of doing this? First, my client didn't fake it. She personally swore to me that it was true. Second, what's the point of doing this? Of course it's meaningful. If the court doesn't accept it, the netizens definitely won't think that it's because of judicial fairness, but because you have a high status and are deliberately pressuring the court not to accept it. If your DNA test doesn't match, then you've swapped the evidence." Kai Xingnan's aura was on full display at this moment. She crushed Gu Nianji in minutes. She was like a master of the dark side of online public opinion. It could be seen that the Kai family was indeed a family in the media industry. They had rich experience and knowledge of how to manipulate people's hearts. When the time comes, who cares if your fiancé is wrong or not? He will pay for what he did, and so will you. His reputation will be completely ruined. I don't think your organization will be willing to let such a person stay in the organization, so his career will be ruined. Gu Nianji, think about it carefully. Do you really want this to happen to your fiancé? I admit that my client did go a little overboard when it came to Song Jining. But she really had no intention of killing her. Moreover, she said that she had always resented your fiancé for violating her, so she vented her anger on his mother. Kai Xingnan spoke very carefully and wasn't afraid that Gu Nianji would record her. She pushed everything onto Luo Zhelan and relayed it all from Luo Zhelan. She wasn't afraid even if it was announced in court. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and sneered, "Really? She resents my fiancé for violating her, but why is she racking her brains to marry my fiancé now? Doesn't she hate him?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1366, Sensational Theme. The second update was around 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was around 8 in the evening. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1378. Yes, but you've also heard of love born from hate and Stockholm Syndrome, right? Kai Xingnan raised her chin proudly. Otherwise, why would she ask me to call you and talk about admitting to a misdemeanor? This is an exchange, and everyone can win. If she really hated your fiancé, she would have already gone on Weibo. Gu Nianji's face was as dark as water. She didn't believe a word about the dress. No matter who the dirty thing on the dress belonged to, it had nothing to do with Hu Xiaoheng. That was how she unconditionally believed in the man she loved. But just as Kai Xingnan had said, if they really wanted to splash this basin of dirty water on Weibo, it wouldn't just be a basin of dirty water, but a whole Pacific Ocean of dirty water. Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he wanted to. It was undeniable that Luo Zhelan's rumor did have her unique internal logic. According to the court's information, 75% of cases where minors were violated were committed by acquaintances. They were all their relatives, direct and collateral, friends, and neighbors. Therefore, many people would believe Luo Zhelan's words without hesitation, because she had indeed poked at many people's sore spots. People who specialized in using other people's sympathy and pain to spread rumors were especially hateful. Because not only were they draining the sympathy of passers-by, but they were also blocking the way for the real victims to seek justice. They were even more hateful than the child in The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Because the child had only harmed himself, but this kind of rumor hurt not only the innocent, but also the real victims, as well as the people's confidence in social justice. However, the current law was far from punishing people for spreading rumors, which led to such things happening one after another. Because the cost of spreading rumors was too low, the benefits were huge. This was the reality that made people feel helpless. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and thought about the consequences carefully. She almost shuddered. She heard herself say slowly, "Let me think about it. I can't accept this evidence all of a sudden. I understand. When I first heard it, I was also very shocked. But my client says this is the last thing she can rely on. If even this doesn't work, she doesn't want to live anymore." Kai Xingnan seemed to be very easy to talk to. She pretended to be tolerant and said, "How about this, I'll give you one night. I'll call you at 8:00 tomorrow morning after I've thought about it. I won't wait after the expiration date. If Luo Zhelan really committed suicide after that, then this hat would properly fall on Hua Xiaoheng's head." Gu Nianji was furious when she heard that. She wanted to slap her in the face. It was such an important matter, but he only gave her one night to think about it. It was like he was doing her a favor. Did he really think that she had 3 heads and 6 arms and was omnipotent? Wasn't it obvious that he wanted her to submit? But Gu Nianji was such a person. She was like a spring. The harder you pressed, the greater the rebound. Therefore, even though Kai Xingnan had only given her one night, Gu Nianji had no intention of surrendering. She pretended to be alarmed and said, "How can one night be enough? Give me at least 3 days. 3 days. Sorry, I said one night, one night. When you were in a hurry to sue my client for intentional homicide, you didn't give us any leeway." Kai Xingnan hung up the phone and blocked Gu Nianji temporarily so that Gu Nianji couldn't harass her at night. Anyway, she could just release Gu Nianji's number at 8:00 tomorrow morning and call her. Luo Zhelan looked at Kai Xingnan with a smile and gave her a thumbs up. "Lawyer Kai, you really crushed me just now. You're too kind." "I was just doing my job as a lawyer," Kai Xingnan said, pretending to be modest. She looked down at the plastic dress beside her hand and asked curiously, "Is this true?" Luo Zhelan giggled. "What do you think? If it's true, you should have taken it out to Grandfather Hua long ago and asked Major General Hua to marry you." Kai Xingnan shook her head. "Although I'm your lawyer, I have to say that this is too risky. What if the other party is blind and insists on going to court? What will you do?" Kai Xingnan had long felt that if this was true, no matter who had violated Luo Zhelan, she wouldn't have endured it for 12 years and only taken out the dress now. As far as Kai Xingnan knew, Luo Zhelan wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't dare to fight back after being bullied. Therefore, she was sure that the thing on the dress had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng. As for who it belonged to, it had nothing to do with her. Kai Xingnan didn't want to ask. She also didn't want to embarrass herself by sending something that was obviously fake to court. It was fine to scare Gu Nianji, but if she really brought something that was obviously fake to court, so what if the public opinion on Weibo won? Luo Zhelan would be the one to benefit, but Kai Xingnan wouldn't benefit at all. She might even become the laughing stock of the legal world. Because ordinary people didn't understand this kind of thing, the legal world knew it. Luo Zhelan rested her chin on her hand and said leisurely, "I have no choice. Anyway, even if I go to court, I won't lose out. At most, I'll die, and they won't have an easy time either." Even Kai Xingnan felt ashamed of her aura of being willing to be cut to pieces and dare to pull the emperor off his horse. Luo Zhelan looked down at the cappuccino in front of her and smiled coldly. She wanted to take everything away from her and send her to prison for the rest of her life. She was really thinking too much. If her ultimate outcome was to be stripped of everything, penniless, and to go to prison for the rest of her life, what was the big deal about slandering Hua Xiaoheng? Hua Xiaoheng had only been scolded a few times, but she would have to pay for it for the rest of her life. What right did Gu Nianji have to sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor? After hanging up, Gu Nianji called Kai Xingnan a few more times, but found that she couldn't get through. In the end, she had no choice but to follow the little app that she had put in advance to Kai Xingnan's phone. She found that she had indeed blocked her number. She wasn't giving her a way out. She was sure that she would give in at 8:00 tomorrow morning. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and frowned slightly. Her hands quickly typed on her laptop. Her heart was filled with anger. You want to play dirty, don't you? Just because I don't play dirty doesn't mean I don't know how. The app that she had installed in Kai Xingnan's phone in advance was actually a Trojan horse program. She used this program to not only control Kai Xingnan's phone, but also follow the address book in her phone and found her father, Kai Sumin's private number. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Kai Xingnan, it's time for you to have a taste of what it feels like to have the person you care about the most threatened. Gu Nianji took control of Kai Xingnan's phone and sent a text message with a Trojan horse to her father, Kai Sumin's private number. It was around 9:00 in the morning in the United States on the other side of the ocean. Kai Sumin held a cup of coffee in his hand and entered his office to prepare for the day's work. When he heard his phone ring, he took it out and saw that it was a text message from his daughter, Kai Xingnan. There was nothing in the text message. It only said that she missed him a lot. Kai Sumin laughed and shook his head. His daughter had always been very independent and rarely acted coquettishly like this. He swiped open his phone and also replied with a text message, "Daddy misses you too." He then put away his personal phone and picked up his work phone. He began to look at emails, text messages, and private messages. As soon as Kai Sumin swiped open his phone and clicked on the text message reply, Gu Nianji's Trojan Horse app entered Kai Sumin's phone and quickly took control of his phone. Kai Sumin happened to not look at his personal phone much during the day at work, so he gave Gu Nianji plenty of time to work. After flipping through Kai Sumin's phone, Gu Nianji's horizons were broadened. She had actually discovered the contact information of Senator Mason. This was the main congressman who had set up a private scholarship at Columbia University in the United States and only given it to the daughter of the prosecutor. Previously, Hu Xiaoheng and the others had investigated in many ways, but they couldn't find any personal dealings between Kai Sumin and Mason. There was no trace of any financial dealings. Gu Nianji looked at Kai Sumin's phone for a while, but she couldn't see any contact between him and Mason that wasn't official business. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 11:00 in the morning. Xiao Yi came out of her room and went to the kitchen to get some water. She was a little surprised to see light peeking out from under Gu Nianji's bedroom door. She knocked on Gu Nianji's door. "Miss Gu, are you still awake?" She had said she was sleepy at around 8:00, but it was already 11:00 and she still hadn't slept. Gu Nianji raised her voice in the bedroom and said, "I have something to do. Xiao Yi, you go to sleep first." Xiao Yi saw that she was fine, so she didn't ask any more questions and went back to her bedroom to sleep alone. Gu Nianji wasn't sleepy at all. Her eyes were bright as she followed Kai Sumin's phone and hacked into Representative Mason's private phone. These people all had many phones, but the public phone numbers were the same as public accounts. Many of them weren't even managed by them themselves. Only their private phone numbers were truly useful numbers. However, this kind of private phone number was usually not known by very close friends and family. Therefore, while the field personnel of the Special Operations Forces were still working hard to find evidence, Gu Nianji had already beaten them to it. This time, Gu Nianji realized that she had seen something incredible. She saw a few electronic boarding passes that she hadn't been able to delete completely in the trash can of Mason's phone mailbox. The name of the plane displayed on the screen gave Gu Nianji a huge shock. Lolita Express. Lolita Express, the destination of the flight, was the famous orgy in the Caribbean island. TSK, what an unexpected gain. Gu Nianji had an idea. She didn't waste any more time on Mason and Kai Sumin's phones. She directly found the special private flight nicknamed Lolita Express and looked for the passenger list in their flight records. This was indeed easier than searching through Kai Su-min's and Mason's phones herself. Not surprisingly, she found Mason and Kai Su-min's names in the passenger list of the private flight. She confirmed that Mason and Kai Su-min had really taken this infamous flight to the even more infamous orgy. After Island, Gu Nianji returned to Mason's phone. This time, she cracked the cloud account and password on Mason's phone. After logging into the cloud account, Gu Nianji looked at the unsightly photos and videos, as well as the evidence of financial transactions that would be difficult for ordinary people to find. She smiled coldly. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1367, The greater the pressure, the greater the backlash. The third update was around 8 p.m. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1379. Without another word, Gu Nianji encrypted all of the information and sent it back to her encrypted email. Kai Su-min, on the other hand, was even more cautious. Gu Nianji hacked into his cloud account and found that it was empty. It seemed that Kai Su-min was indeed very careful and didn't believe in these advanced technologies. However, it was useless no matter how careful he was. He had stupid teammates, such as the senator named Mason. She couldn't find any evidence on Kai Su-min's watch, but Mason was piling up mountains to fill in the sea. Gu Nianji then returned to Kai Xingnan's phone and erased all traces on her phone, especially the text message Kai Su-min had replied to her. She then logged into her encrypted email and looked through the photos and videos one by one. She quickly found photos of Mason with Kai Su-min and a Caucasian girl, as well as an R-rated video. Mason and the Caucasian girl were the subjects of the photo, while Kai Su-min watched with a smile on his face. He was even filming with his phone. From the analysis of this scene, there should be a fourth person at the scene, and that person must have filmed the entire video. Gu Nianji didn't care who the fourth person was. She was only happy that she had also discovered Kai Su-min's weakness. Wasn't Kai Su-min a famous lawyer in the United States? He had once helped the former president win a tough battle and thwarted the grand jury's efforts. If the American public saw these photos, videos, and their senator's ugly behavior, it would set off a political storm. Gu Nianji's face darkened. After making a copy of the evidence, she first sent it to Kai Xingnan's email. By the time she finished sending the email, it was already 5 in the morning. Gu Nianji almost didn't sleep all night. She was so sleepy that she yawned. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth again before going back to the bed and falling asleep. Kai Xingnan's alarm was set for 7 in the morning. She planned to wake up early and enjoy Gu Nianji's silly appearance of crying and begging in front of her. Sitting up in bed, the first thing Kai Xingnan did was pick up her phone to read the news. She swiped open her phone and found that Gu Nianji had sent her several text messages. Kai Xingnan, didn't she blacklist her? How could she still send her text messages? Kai Xingnan was confused and quickly looked at her blacklist, but she didn't see Gu Nianji's name. So her hand slipped last night and didn't blacklist Gu Nianji. Kai Xingnan had just woken up and was still a little confused. She shook her head and opened Gu Nianji's text message. Pictures started to appear on her phone. Kai Xingnan rolled off the bed in surprise. These photos, how did Gu Nianji get these photos? It can't be true, it can't be. Was it photoshopped? Kai Xingnan was flustered. Her hands and feet were trembling. Her entire body was trembling, and her lips were trembling so much that she couldn't speak clearly. She muttered to herself for a while, then dialed her father, Kai Su-min's number. When Kai Xingnan called, it was already 7:00 in the morning. It was 7 o'clock at night on the east coast of the United States. Most people would have gotten off work and gone home by now. Kai Sumin often worked overtime. At this time, he only made a cup of coffee, then continued to throw himself into work. He heard his personal phone ring again. He picked it up and saw that it was Kai Xingnan calling. He quickly picked it up and said with a smile, "Xingnan, what's wrong? What's the matter?" Kai Xingnan hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and said, "Daddy, have you ever sat in the Lolita Express, been to Orgy Island?" Before Kai Sumin answered, he was obviously stunned for a moment before he denied it. "Of course not, why?" If it were anyone else, they would probably believe Kai Sumin's words. But Kai Xingnan wasn't anyone else. She knew her father very well. The obvious pause before Kai Sumin denied it made Kai Xingnan understand that these photos definitely weren't photoshopped. It was obvious. Why would Gu Nianji use such a despicable method to lie to her? After all, she had just used Hua Xiaoheng to threaten her. Thinking of this, Kai Xingnan suddenly understood. So Gu Nianji was taking revenge on her. "Xingnan, what's the matter?" Kai Sumin saw that Kai Xingnan hadn't spoken for a long time, so he remembered that she had asked about Lolita. He felt a little uncomfortable about the express incident. He had taken that private plane and been to that island, but he had followed Mason to see the world purely out of curiosity. Kai Xingnan came back to her senses and forced herself to say, "It's nothing, Daddy. I just miss you." This matched the text message that Gu Nianji had sent before. Kai Sumin didn't doubt it at all. He smiled and said, "Daddy misses you too. When I'm done here, I'll come back to China to accompany you." Kai Xingnan nodded and chatted for a while before hanging up. She sat alone on the carpet in front of the bed, holding her phone and scrolling through the photos and videos that Gu Nianji had sent her. She despised Gu Nianji very much. It had to be said that this person's methods were too sinister and vicious. She didn't think her father was wrong. This was his privacy, and he had gone to the Caribbean island of Orgy, which was not governed by American law. He hadn't done anything illegal. She only hated the person who used these photos to threaten him. But she also knew that no matter where Gu Nianji had gotten these photos, they were a fatal threat to them. This wasn't like Luo Zhelan's false testimony. The things in Gu Nianji's hands were real evidence that could withstand the examination of computer image experts. And these things were definitely real. Her father's attitude just now said everything. Kai Xingnan stood up with a pale face. Her body trembled as she looked ahead blankly. She imagined the outcome of these photos and videos being published online. She was so upset that she was about to vomit blood. She rushed into the bathroom and screamed at the big mirror in the bathroom for a few minutes before she calmed herself down. She had no choice but to admit defeat. She wasn't as vicious or cunning as her. She couldn't beat Gu Nianji. Kai Xingnan had never expected that Gu Nianji would be better at playing dirty than her. Thinking back to how she had created public opinion on Weibo and inexplicably failed, Kai Xingnan finally realized that there was a computer expert in Gu Nianji's team. At this time, she still didn't know that the real computer expert was Gu Nianji herself. She only thought that just like how she had found Hacker Mike to help her, Gu Nianji must have her own hacker helper. At this point, the only thing Kai Xingnan wanted to protect was her father's reputation. Luo Zhelan was no longer in Kai Xingnan's consideration. If these photos were to be leaked, not only would her father's reputation be ruined, but his lawyer's license might also be revoked. That would be a big joke. Her father definitely wouldn't be able to take such a blow. Kai Xingnan washed her face with cold water, changed her clothes, and called Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly. She turned off her phone and couldn't hear Kai Xingnan's call at all. Kai Xingnan had no choice but to call her over and over again. She called from 7 in the morning until 10 in the morning before Gu Nianji woke up. She lazily took out her phone from under the pillow, turned it on, and swiped it open. Almost 100 missed calls popped up. They were all from Kai Xingnan. Gu Nianji curled her lips. Aren't you pretty good? You're not waiting for me. Gu Nianji stretched lazily before picking up the phone. She deliberately said, "Oh, I accidentally overslept. It's already past 8 o'clock. I thought you weren't waiting for me." This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1368, Not Waiting for Me. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1380. This was a return of Kai Xingnan's earlier taunting of Gu Nianji. Kai Xingnan's mouth was filled with bitterness as if she was chewing on a piece of Chinese gold thread. However, she didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction with the photos on her phone flashing in front of her eyes. "Miss Gu, what exactly do you want?" Kai Xingnan held her phone in one hand and rubbed her forehead with the other. "I admit defeat. I quit. I won't be Luo Zhelan's defense lawyer anymore. Can you let me go now?" "I'll let you go." Gu Nianji sat up from the bed and chuckled. "That's not what you said yesterday." Kai Xingnan's face was burning. It didn't feel good to be threatened, especially by someone she had once looked down on. It was 100 times worse. But what could she do? She could only lower her head and admit defeat when someone had something on her. "Miss Gu, I apologize. I was wrong yesterday. I already said, I quit." "That won't do. Can you solve this matter just by quitting?" Gu Nianji scoffed. "How can it be so easy?" "Kai Xingnan, you really disappoint me." "Then what do you want me to do?" Kai Xingnan stopped in front of the window and looked at the clear sky outside. She actually felt that the sunlight was too dazzling, so she used the back of her hand to block her eyes. "Do you still need me to teach you that?" Gu Nianji's voice turned cold. "I don't want to pursue the matter of whether Luo Zhelan came up with this move herself or whether someone suggested it. I just want this matter to be resolved satisfactorily. If even the slightest bit of my people gets involved, I won't hold back." Kai Xingnan could tell from Gu Nianji's words that Hu Xiaoheng was completely stripped of everything. She wasn't even allowed to mention his name. She knew how important Hu Xiaoheng was in Gu Nianji's heart. In order to protect her fiancé, Gu Nianji was willing to take the risk and do dirty work. Kai Xingnan said expressionlessly, "Then what guarantee do I have?" "I'll help you settle this matter." "What if you don't keep your promise?" Gu Nianji smiled. "I sent you photos and videos using my own account. If I don't keep my promise, you can just sue me with this. I'm also a person who cares about my reputation. I won't be so stupid as to take out something that I obtained through dishonest means to kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of my own men." Kai Xingnan looked at her phone and came back to her senses. Gu Nianji didn't hide the origins of these things at all. This was probably the condition of the exchange. Kai Xingnan didn't believe in swearing, but she believed in this kind of evidence that could be used as evidence in court. Gu Nianji used her phone to send these photos that she had obtained through improper means to threaten Kai Xingnan. If Kai Xingnan wanted to sue, she would do so. Of course, Kai Xingnan wouldn't be so stupid as to actually sue Gu Nianji in court. As long as Gu Nianji didn't make these photos and videos public, Kai Xingnan didn't have to perish together with her. Therefore, the two of them reached a compromise and balance on this matter. No one was afraid that the other party would really spill the beans. Because that would be the outcome of a life and death struggle. This was not what they wanted. Kai Xingnan was relieved. She thought for a moment and said, "The thing on that dress wasn't Major General Hua's." Luo Zhelan admitted it herself. "If you want to go for a DNA test, it will be accurate." "You don't need to tell me that." Gu Nianji flicked her fingernails and made a pft sound. She said casually, don't avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. I don't need to teach you what to do. Kai Xingnan had been hoping for a fluke before, but now it was completely gone. She nodded. I understand. After this case is over, I'll go back to the United States and never come back. There were too many capable people in the Huaxia Empire. She'd better go back to the United States and spend her time there. I don't care what you do, but Luo Zhelan's matter must be put to an end at the root. Gu Nianji restrained her expression. I don't want to see any more innocent people involved in this matter. I'll think of a way, Kai Xingnan said meaningfully. Luo Zhelan's hero pool is very deep. I can't find out which man the thing on that dress belongs to for the time being. Luo Zhelan's hero pool was very deep. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment, then she understood, and her face instantly turned red. Kai Xingnan was indeed a famous lawyer from the United States. She had a unique style of dirty talk. After ending the call with Gu Nianji, Kai Xingnan was alone in the study, thinking about how to solve this matter. Luo Zhelan had gone berserk, and had almost caused her to fail miserably. The anger that Kai Xingnan had accumulated over Gu Nianji was all vented on Luo Zhelan. As Luo Zhelan's lawyer, it was too easy for Kai Xingnan to mess with her. She first called Luo Zhelan and asked her to come to her villa in Yushan to talk about the new evidence that was to be submitted to the court today. Luo Zhelan drove over happily. When she arrived at Kai Xingnan's study, she saw Kai Xingnan sitting behind the desk with a serious expression. She sat down in front of her with a smile and said, Lawyer Kai, why do you look like that? Who owes you money? Kai Xingnan didn't smile. She placed the plastic half-length skirt that was used as evidence on the desk and said, Miss Luo, let me ask you again. Does the thing on this skirt really belong to Gu Nianji's fiancé, the prosecution's lawyer? Luo Zhelan raised her eyebrows in surprise. What's wrong? What happened? The evidence submitted to the court can't just be about your accusations, but also logical proof. For example, if you say that the semen stain on this skirt belongs to Gu Nianji's fiancé, then you have to produce DNA proof. Otherwise, the court won't accept it. Why did these words sound different from yesterday? Luo Zhelan muttered to herself and frowned. Aren't we going to build momentum on Weibo? Why do we need to test the DNA? But if you don't hand it over to the court, how will the court start another trial? Kai Xingnan tapped her finger on the desk. If there's no new evidence, the court won't try it again, and the verdict will be based on the results of the last trial. Do you really want to go to jail? Of course not. Luo Zhelan quickly shook her head and said anxiously, Lawyer Kai, you have to help me. Yesterday you said, I was negotiating with the prosecution's lawyer yesterday, so of course I had to make it sound real, but if it really got to the court level, it wouldn't be enough. Kai Xingnan scared Luo Zhelan with half-truths. In fact, she could directly hand over the skirt as evidence, and then the prosecution's lawyer could prove that the skirt had nothing to do with Hu Xiaoheng. Unfortunately, if she did that, Hu Xiaoheng would be pushed into the teeth of the storm, which was exactly what Gu Nianji didn't want to see. She would definitely fall out with her, and Kai Xingnan's father's reputation and career would be in jeopardy. Therefore, Kai Xingnan had already changed her mind. Tell me the truth. Whose did the thing on this skirt belong to? Kai Xingnan pretended to be very interested and confided in Luo Zhelan. Luo Zhelan stammered for a long time and said, Can't we really hand it over to the court directly? Why don't we report it on Weibo with our real names first? Kai Xingnan's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. This move was really vicious. Many people would immediately believe it when they saw the real name report. How are you going to report it? Your Weibo account. Kai Xingnan remained calm. Show me your Weibo account. Luo Zhelan looked uncomfortable and said with a sheepish smile, Lawyer Kai, don't you have a Weibo account? Wouldn't it be more convincing to use your Weibo account? F***ck. Kai Xingnan was about to die of anger. She actually wanted to trick her. She looked at her computer expressionlessly, adjusted the camera, and said calmly, "It's not that you can't use my Weibo account, but as your lawyer, I have the right to know what's going on with your dress." "Whose is it? Also, I've checked what you said back then carefully, and there are some discrepancies in the details." Luo Jialan was impatient. She sneered and said, "I already said it's not Major General Hua's, so why are you still asking?" "It turns out that I was wrong about Lawyer Kai. A lawyer who came back from the United States only has so little courage. Since you know it's not Hu Xiaoheng's, why are you still using my Weibo account to falsely accuse him?" When Kai Xingnan recorded what she wanted, she immediately turned hostile. "Luo Jialan, is there anyone who would screw over their lawyer like this?" Luo Jialan was slightly stunned. "Lawyer Kai, what are you talking about? I gave you an advance payment of $6 million. Kai Xingnan stood up with a swoosh and said with a sullen face, "You can't humiliate my professionalism and professional ethics. My professionalism and professional ethics are priceless." Luo Jialan also stood up and said blankly, "Lawyer Kai, I don't understand what you mean." Kai Xingnan looked up at Luo Jialan and calmed down. "Miss Luo, in view of what you just said, I can no longer be your lawyer. I will transfer the balance of your advance payment, after deducting the actual lawyer's fees, back to your bank account. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't break the law unknowingly. It's a felony to falsely accuse someone in a criminal case. That's all I have to say. I hope you can get back on the right path." After Kai Xingnan finished speaking righteously, she pressed the stop button on the camera, then looked up at the dumbfounded Luo Jialan and said, "I've recorded everything you said just now. If you still want to use this trick, I'll send the video just now to the relevant people." Only then did Luo Jialan realize that she had been tricked by Kai Xingnan, and she immediately lost her temper. "Kai Xingnan, you've gone too far. How dare you set me up? I'm going to file a complaint." Luo Jialan pounced over and snatched the plastic dress. But as soon as she grabbed it, the dress fell out of the translucent plastic seal. It turned out that Kai Xingnan had already cut a hole in it. And on Kai Xingnan's desk, there was an inkstone filled with freshly ground ink. The dress fell right on top of the inkstone. The red dress with white flowers was immediately stained with large patches of ink. Luo Jialan's hands were also stained with ink. It was wet, black, and sticky. She subconsciously rubbed her hands on the dress, and the entire dress was instantly smeared to the point that it was unsightly. Looking at the dress again, even if there were semen spots, it was so dirty that it was hard to believe that it was evidence of a crime. Was she going to convince others that someone had a special hobby and liked to sit on ink and have sex? The entire evidence became extremely comical. Luo Jialan was so angry that her eyes turned red. Kai Xingnan was cutting off her escape route. Originally, it wouldn't have been difficult for her to get another one since the dress was dirty. But the video just now had directly cut off her escape route. Even if she got another 100 dresses, that video would be enough to prove that she was faking it. Luo Jialan couldn't help it anymore. She stretched out her hand and slapped Kai Xingnan in the face. Kai Xingnan didn't dodge at all. She held her phone and turned on the video camera. She allowed Luo Jialan to hit her until her face was bruised. In the end, she'd lost her balance and fell headfirst onto the corner of the desk, causing her head to bleed. Luo Jialan couldn't control her anger. She hit Kai Xingnan hard before she felt relieved. She pointed at Kai Xingnan, who was rolling on the ground with her hands over her head, and said, "If you don't take on the case, someone else will." As she spoke, she took the ink-stained dress and left angrily. Kai Xingnan raised her head from the ground and glanced at Luo Jialan's back with disdain. Then, she took out her phone and called the police. Is this 110? I was beaten up by my client just now. I can't move now. Please save me. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1369, Falling Out. The second update was around 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third update was around 8:00 in the evening. Reminders of the monthly votes and recommendation votes today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1381. Luo Jialan was driving on the highway, on her way home. Several police cars with flashing lights caught up from behind and forced her car to stop by the side of the road. What's wrong? We're not speeding, are we? Luo Jialan was baffled and asked the driver in front of her. The driver said that it was indeed within the speed limit. A policeman knocked on the window, showed her his ID, and motioned for her to get out of the car. He said, "Ms. Luo Jialan." She nodded. "It's me. What's your name? Which police district is he from?" "I wasn't speeding." "Why did you stop my car?" "I want to lodge a complaint." The policeman shook his head helplessly and said, "Ms. Luo Jialan, we just received a report that you are suspected of being involved in a personal injury case. Please go back and assist us in the investigation." "What? Are you looking for the wrong person? How could I have anything to do with a personal injury case?" Luo Jialan was furious. Just as she was about to say, "I want to find my lawyer," she suddenly thought of Kai Xingnan. Just now, she was flustered and exasperated, so she did hit Kai Xingnan. In fact, she only wanted to slap her in the face at first, but Kai Xingnan didn't fight back, so the more she hit her, the more excited she became. She thought that Kai Xingnan was in the wrong, so she let her hit and scold her. Luo Jialan's eyes flickered and she suddenly asked, "Who called the police?" "I have the right to know who is falsely accusing me." "I don't know if it's a false accusation." "It was your lawyer, Kai Xingnan, who called the police. She has already gone to the hospital to have her injuries examined. Come back with us first to record a statement." "It's really her." "You don't know, she..." Luo Jialan suddenly couldn't continue. How was she going to tell the police? Was it because she forced Kai Xingnan to use perjury to frame someone else and was rejected by Kai Xingnan, so she became angry out of humiliation and beat her up? But then again, Kai Xingnan didn't look like someone who would compromise. Luo Jialan's face was wooden. She finally understood that she had been tricked by Kai Xingnan. "Wait a minute, I need to call my lawyer." Luo Jialan took out her phone. The police officer next to him teased, "Your lawyer? Didn't you just put your lawyer in the hospital?" "I've already fired her." "I have a new lawyer," Luo Jialan said as she found a name on her phone and immediately dialed it. "Lawyer Jean. Would it be possible for you to come here? I need a lawyer right now." "Yes, I'm Luo Jialan." "Advance payment." "Okay, no problem, I'll transfer it to you right away." Without saying anything, Luo Jialan transferred 100,000 yuan to Jean Wani's law firm bank account. Compared to Kai Xingnan, Jean Wani really had a conscience. After receiving the money, the contract would be established. The formal agency contract could be signed later. Jean Wani immediately drove to the police station that Luo Jialan mentioned. At this time, Luo Jialan had already been brought to the police station. She refused to speak until her lawyer arrived. When Jean Wani came in, she saw Luo Jialan curled up on a hardwood chair in the corner with a pale face. Jean Wani had met Luo Jialan once before. She knew that her name was Hu Jialan, but she didn't know why she suddenly changed her name to Luo Jialan. "Miss Luo, what can I do for you?" Jean Wani smiled and sat next to Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan told her the whole story and emphasized with a bitter face, "I was just angry. She suddenly let go and didn't want to be my lawyer anymore. I was so angry, so I patted her twice, but she actually called the police. Jean Wani was very familiar with the name Kai Xingnan. When she found out that Luo Zhelan had actually hit Kai Xingnan, Jean Wani's expression immediately changed. It wasn't that she couldn't defend Luo Zhelan, but that Luo Zhelan had hit a lawyer, which had offended almost all the lawyers. Also, Kai Xingnan had a good reputation, and she was especially good at socializing. She was quite popular among the major law firms in the capital. Her father was also an important figure in the American legal world. With such an identity, status, and profession, Luo Zhelan still dared to hit her. Not only did she dare to hit her, but she also didn't care after hitting her. This was too much. Jean Wani's heart skipped a beat, and she said, "Miss Luo, don't get agitated. I'll call Lawyer Kai and ask him what's going on." Jean Wani was now a big lawyer, and she was no longer the little lawyer who had a sense of justice that she used to be. She had learned to be cautious, to compromise, and to see through the appearance to see the essence. She asked for Kai Xingnan's number from Luo Zhelan, walked to a corner of the room, and began to call Kai Xingnan. The phone rang several times before Kai Xingnan picked it up. It was an unfamiliar number. Kai Xingnan asked weakly, "May I know who this is?" Jean Wani paused, then said with a smile, "Are you lawyer Kai Xingnan?" "I'm Jean Wani, and I'm also a lawyer. Miss Luo Zhelan wants me to be her lawyer. I'd like to ask, how are your injuries?" Kai Xingnan's voice turned cold. "I just finished examining the injuries. They've already reached the scope of minor injuries stipulated in the criminal law. If that's what you want to know. The requirements for minor injuries stipulated in the criminal law were actually very strict. The bruises and swelling caused by ordinary beatings were actually not considered minor injuries. There were strict legal standards for determining minor injuries." "Huh? Is it really that serious?" Jean Wani was stunned. "They were all beaten by Miss Luo." Kai Xingnan grunted in agreement and sent the video of Luo Zhelan hitting her to Jean Wani. Then, she scanned the doctor's injury report for her. Jean Wani saw such a line on the doctor's injury report at a glance. The cumulative length of the blunt force wound on the scalp is 6 centimeters. This was the injury that Kai Xingnan had suffered when she was pushed by Luo Zhelan on the corner of the desk. Based on this alone, the criminal law stipulated a minor injury was more than enough. The video of the beating, the doctor's injury report, and Kai Xingnan and her father Kai Sumin's status in the legal world determined that Luo Zhelan wouldn't be able to find a decent person to represent her. Jean Wani immediately returned the advance payment of 100,000 yuan to Luo Zhelan and said, "Miss Luo, I can't defend your case. I'm sorry, I'll be leaving first." It wasn't just Jean Wani. All the top lawyers in the capital's legal world avoided her. Luo Zhelan stayed at the police station for a whole day and made countless phone calls, but she couldn't find anyone who was willing to represent her. Even if she offered a high price, no one was willing to stand up for her. She didn't know that during that day, the video of her beating up her lawyer had already spread all over the internet. Lawyers all over the country were filled with righteous indignation. They all came out to express their stance that they would never defend such a scum who beat up her lawyer. This way, even some people who were tempted by the high lawyer fees didn't dare to take on the case. Luo Zhelan had no choice but to defend herself. However, she made many mistakes in front of the well-trained police officers, and she didn't dare to tell them the real reason why she beat up Kai Xingnan. Therefore, the prosecutor's office quickly filed a case again to charge her with intentional bodily harm. At this time, the prosecutor's office discovered that Luo Zhelan already had a case on her, which was the crime of intentional homicide against Song Jining. It was prosecuted by another prosecutor's office and had already been tried in court once. This was another crime committed during the interrogation. It was obvious that this suspect had a criminal record of intentional bodily harm. The court that was trying Song Jinning's case didn't receive any new evidence within the stipulated time. They only knew that she had beaten up her lawyer again, so they didn't plan to wait any longer and were about to issue the verdict of the first trial. Luo Jialan was locked up in the detention center for 48 hours. After paying a sum of bail, she was finally able to go home. She didn't know how she had gotten to this point. Sitting in the car, she covered her face and cried bitterly. She was in a state of panic. Was she going to lose all of this? Not only her huge wealth, but also her personal freedom. Why wouldn't these people let her go? Like Gu Nianji, she was an orphan with no parents. Why would Hu Xiaoheng rather have Gu Nianji than her? She at least had the huge trust fund left behind by Hu Guanyuan. Although it wasn't more than Hu Xiaoheng's wealth, who would complain about having more money? Luo Jialan felt that the whole world had let her down. In despair, she picked up her phone and desperately called the strange number that Yamaguchi Aiko had left behind. She sent a text message to tell her what had happened to her. She told her that she had almost been forced into a desperate situation, and that Gu Nianji was about to get engaged to Hu Xiaoheng. Luo Jialan actually treated this number as a tree hole. All the things that she couldn't say in front of others were all poured into that number. After her hysterical outburst, she finally felt better. When she arrived at the West Mountain Villa, she got out of the car with a straight face and returned to her home. The first thing she did when she got home was to take a shower and change her clothes. Coming out of the bathroom, Luo Jialan habitually picked up her phone and glanced at it. Suddenly, her breathing stopped. The 4-digit number that she had been unable to get through had actually replied to her text message. She quickly swiped open her phone and entered the text message to read it carefully. As expected, Yamaguchi Aiko hadn't left her in the lurch. The first text message: Gu Nianji has been looking for the whereabouts of her father, Gu Xiangwen. The second text message: I'll tell you where Gu Xiangwen is. You can use this information to exchange for personal freedom from prosecution with her. The third text message: only then will they see clearly that Gu Nianji is using her public office for personal gain. This was today's second update, Chapter 1370, Using Public Office for Personal Gain. The third update was around 8:00 in the evening. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1382. At the end of the third message, there was a screenshot of Gu Xiangwen's location. When Luo Jialan saw these 3 messages, her enthusiasm instantly cooled down. Was this really possible? She really didn't believe it, putting herself in their shoes. If someone else told her that they knew the whereabouts of her biological father and that the condition was for her to give up her inheritance, she would definitely slap the other party a few times and tell them to scram as far as they could. For the same reason, Gu Nianji hated her so much. Would she give up the chance to get rid of her greatest love rival just to find out the whereabouts of her father, whom she had never met? Luo Jialan thought for a long time and finally replied to the number, "Is this really okay?" However, there was no reply from the other party. Luo Jialan waited until night. She had no other choice but to try dialing Gu Nianji's number. Gu Nianji looked at Luo Jialan's number on her phone. She didn't want to answer it, so she hung up and put her number on the blacklist. Luo Jialan dialed Gu Nianji's number again, but it was always busy. She realized that Gu Nianji had blocked her number. Although she didn't think that she could use the whereabouts of Gu Nianji's father to exchange for her freedom, she couldn't even find a lawyer at this time, so she had no choice but to try her best. What if Gu Nianji was an idiot and agreed? She had nothing to lose. Luo Jialan walked out of her room and borrowed her phone from her servant. She called Gu Nianji again. Gu Nianji saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so she swiped it open and picked it up. It was still Luo Zhelan. Lawyer Gu, there's something I want to talk to you about. Are you free? Do you want to come to the West Mountain Deer Head restaurant for a meal and a chat? Luo Zhelan held back her anger and asked with a smile. Gu Nianji turned on the recording function and said calmly, let's talk in court. I don't think there's anything between us that needs to be discussed in private. Lawyer Gu, don't be so stubborn. If you speak too harshly, you will be slapped in the face. Without waiting for Gu Nianji to object, she continued, I heard that Lawyer Gu has been looking for her biological father, Gu Xiangwen, hasn't she? Gu Nianji. Seeing that Gu Nianji had been silent, Luo Zhelan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had a plan? Was Gu Nianji really that stupid? She felt more confident. She smiled and her voice softened. Lawyer Gu, do you really not want to know about your father? Actually, I'm very sorry about what happened back then. I can apologize to Miss Song. She's fine now. Why are you so persistent? Trying to please his mother-in-law. If you have the time, you might as well please my second uncle. Gu Nianji's mind raced, and she frowned slightly. Why would Luo Zhelan suddenly say that she knew where her father, Gu Xiangwen, was? This was too sudden. Was someone giving her advice from the back? It wasn't that Luo Zhelan wasn't smart enough to not think of this, but that only certain people knew the whereabouts of her father, Gu Xiangwen. Luo Zhelan dared to come and talk to her about a deal. Did someone find Luo Zhelan? Without batting an eyelid, Gu Nianji planned to hack into Luo Zhelan's phone to see who she had called. But to her surprise, Luo Zhelan's phone seemed to have suddenly turned on, and she couldn't get in. Her little program was blocked out of the system by Luo Zhelan's phone and could not be received by the other party at all. That's interesting. Gu Nianji sat at her desk and rested her chin on her hand as she pondered. After a while, she said, Miss Luo, I don't think you know where my father is. Given that you're a habitual liar, I have no reason to believe you. Goodbye. She was about to hang up. Luo Zhelan panicked. Hey! Don't hang up. Let me tell you, I do have news about him, as long as you agree. Gu Nianji tapped her finger lightly and hung up Luo Zhelan's call. She then blacklisted her number because she didn't want her to continue harassing her. Luo Zhelan was flustered and exasperated. She returned to her room and sent a long text message to the number. She mainly complained that the other party was unreliable. Who would agree to such a condition? If it were her, she wouldn't agree either. She didn't know if the person behind the number was also angry with her. He didn't want to talk to her at first, but after reading her long text message, he still replied to her. If Gu Nianji doesn't agree, you can find someone else, like Song Jining. Then the person attached a draft of an academic paper to the text message and said, give this to Song Jining as well. She'll contact you. Luo Zhelan understood that he wanted her to negotiate with Song Jining directly. But would Song Jining agree? After thinking about it, she felt that Song Jining should be easier to talk to than Gu Nianji. She remembered that Song Jining used to be very tolerant and kind. Luo Zhelan thought about it for a while and tried to send half of the draft of the academic paper to Song Jining. 5 minutes later, he received a call from Song Jining. Luo Zhelan. You sent me the draft of the academic paper? Song Jining asked suspiciously over the phone. Where did you get this paper? What do you mean? It was a set of data, in the same category as the experiment Song Jining was demonstrating on the computer. Although it wasn't exactly the same, it had a strong reference value. However, Song Jining disdained plagiarizing other people's data. If it was a published paper, it was fine to refer to it as long as the source was cited. But this was obviously a draft, not a published one. So as soon as she saw the draft of the paper, Song Jining immediately called to ask about it. Luo Jialan laughed. Second aunt, do you think it's useful? Song Jining frowned impatiently. Luo Jialan, it's illegal to plagiarize other people's experimental results. Don't break the law yourself and drag others down with you. I've already deleted the draft of the paper you sent. Don't do these crooked things again. Luo Jialan was so stifled by her that she could barely speak. Just as Song Jining was about to hang up, Luo Jialan quickly said, even if you're not interested in the paper, aren't you interested in the whereabouts of Gu Nianji's father? Song Jining was stunned. The whereabouts of Gu Nianji's father? You mean the great physicist Gu Xiangwen? Do you know where he is? This draft is his. It sounded like Song Jining was more interested in the whereabouts of Gu Nianji's father than Gu Nianji herself. Luo Jialan pursed her lips and thought to herself that it was actually useful. She calmed down and said calmly, of course I know. I can tell you, but I have a condition. If you ask her to drop the charges against me, I'll tell you. Think about it carefully. Don't stall for time. Think about it. If you miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. In order to please you, Gu Nianji refused to agree to my condition. But can you bear to see her father and daughter separated? Luo Jialan actually knew nothing about Gu Xiangwen's situation. This was highly confidential information even in the Special Operations Forces. She had only said these words to trick the other party. Song Jining also knew that she was tricking her, but she didn't agree rashly. She didn't reject her outright like Gu Nianji either. She only said, I need to think about it. I don't understand legal matters. Give me 2 days and I'll give you an answer. Luo Jialan saw that there was really a chance. She chuckled. 1 day. I'll give you 1 day at most. Song Jining hung up the phone and immediately called Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng was listening to the report from the surveillance personnel. They had been monitoring Luo Jialan's phone and had just heard her call Song Jining about Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts. They hadn't listened in on Luo Jialan's call to Gu Nianji on someone else's phone. It wasn't until Luo Jialan used her own phone to call Song Jining that they became vigilant. This was today's third update, Chapter 1371, I Cheated. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Thank you. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.